Hi, and welcome to Game 8 of this special challenge match between David Howell and Nils Grandelius. They're playing in the heart of London at the Swedish embassy, and the score is 3.5, 3.5 after Nils won a brilliant game yesterday. And today, David is playing with the white pieces, and I'm sure he wants to hit back and go for the win. And today, I'm joined by International Master Torstein. Welcome.
Thank you.
And of course, for many Norwegians, you are very famous now for doing a lot of commentary, especially during the World Championship matches. And you're also working for NRC, Norwegian Refugee Council, which we're also doing a fundraiser for throughout this match. So we'll come back to all these things later on, Torstein. But we do have some moves on the board, so let's catch up with the action.
Yeah, great, Askild. So I'm very happy to be here and to follow this match between David and Nils also. So as you say, we have some moves on the board. It's a Nimso Indian defense. So we'll have a look at the first few moves here from the start. David starting with Queen Pawn, and then the Indian defense from Nils, and then after that, also the Nimso Indian defense, opening up for the bishop, and then giving this pin now with the bishop, in the classical manner, as I think many people watching will be well known to most people here. And David now playing the knight out in the fourth move, and that's that's a serious choice, because in this position, before the knight moves there are lots and lots of options here. Possible to play the pawn up, it's possible to play the pawn in the middle. You can play this pawn, I think, and you can certainly play this bishop out, and the queen also can go out. So lots of options, and I suppose that's why we're seeing a think now from Nils also, because he couldn't perhaps know exactly which move David would choose here on the fourth move. And after this 4 knight f3, maybe it was a little bit of a surprise for Nils, for Nils, and then he's having a bit of a think now for the first time.
Yeah, and I think we had a similar opening 2 games ago when David also played with the white pieces. He didn't really get a big advantage, I believe, out of the opening, and the game ended in a rook ending, which David was slightly better, but it was quite comfortable for Nils to hold the draw. And I believe in that game he moved the queen actually quite early, so we got a position where Nils took on c3 and David took back on c3 with the queen. So maybe David felt that he wanted to try something different in this game.
Yeah, I think this knight move also was used by Kasparov also in Kasparov-Karpov matches, and it's been around for a long time, and obviously can also later on try to do the fianchetto play. And in general, it's very interesting that in modern chess there's more and more of the fianchetto play. So even in the last 20 years, I think we can see a lot of a trend moving away from the classical development of the bishop, which would be towards the center, and instead opting for the fianchetto. So it's really something also to consider for club players, I think, because there is the point of the fianchetto being perhaps sometimes creating more complex play with the bishop there in the distance, pointing towards the center and the other players opposite flank, and then also the very secure position of the king after castling later. So for sure, the fianchetto play is really, I think, getting more and more popular for each year.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just feels very solid when you play the fianchetto in the opening. And as you said, you perhaps have more defending pieces also around the king, and those bishops can often be quite good pieces later on in the game in the diagonals.
Yeah, so when we have a new move there, so it's on our theme Askild, so that's very nice that the players are perhaps listening, though they would be cheating, of course, if they are listening, so let's hope they're not. Nils is then going for a fianchetto as well. He plays the pawn up to develop the bishop later on, and then David just plays the pawn in the next move, plays the pawn up to e3, and is not planning for the fianchetto, but is going for a classical setup. But of course, you know, there are always advantages and disadvantages to all moves, as I like to say on Norwegian TV as well. And even the strong moves, in fact, have disadvantages. So, you know, this move, I'm sure it's, you know, it's probably the best move. And it's opening up for the bishop. It's protecting another pawn and securing the center. But even so, it's also reducing the scope of this bishop, which can't come out anymore and is now blocked by this pawn. But often, of course, in this Nimzo Indian opening, white will sometimes try to win this black bishop to play the pawn up, and say in such a position can play the pawn also, try to win this bishop, and that's, you know, perhaps the most classical duel, I think, in the Nimzo Indian, where the pawns are damaged, but on the other hand, white has the two bishops, and that can be an exciting duel, you know, strategic duel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I must say I'm a bit surprised also, because David is usually spending a lot of time on the clock, but so this is the first time, I believe, he has more time on the clock than when he started the game. So at least he seems prepared now for playing this position with the white pieces.
So it's a good start for him, Askild, you would say?
Yeah, I think he's for him, I mean, he's not, I have a feeling that David is not as up to date on opening theory as Nils is. So for David, it's more about getting a playable position and then try and take his chances later on in the game. So for me, it looks like this is something he knows quite well. And yesterday's game, he got in severe time trouble, and he missed a brilliant way to defend the game against Nils. And maybe he'll learn something from that. So playing a bit quicker today makes also a lot of sense.
Yeah. So we have some new moves also on the board. Nils opted for castling at once, not doing the fianchetto, and David then placed the bishop to d3. I think some hobby players would also, you know, consider, what about just playing the bishop to e2? And for sure it's an option, but you know, even at the top level, you know, it's important to remember, you know, that the central squares are the most important on the chessboard, and so you would really need to have a good reason to position your bishop on e2 and not on d3, where it attacks one of the central squares. So that's why also I think, you know, there's not any special magic behind this move, but it's just a sound and strong move, playing the bishop into a good position, and then Nils makes a move with his pawn, playing you know, d5, and also making it possible for the bishop to go back now. If it's threatened, he can return instead of giving up the bishop on the knight there.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
yeah,
makes a lot of sense. Take control in the center and to keep the option of not having to take on c3, I guess, is also a good point there, as you mentioned.
I think I studied this one time, Askild, but unfortunately it was a long time ago, and also when you get older, your brain becomes very soggy, of course. So, you know, yeah, I remember there were different options also in this position, and you know, I think one point is that white would not like to take this pawn now when the bishop is still on c8, because then the bishop can go immediately to a better, potentially a better diagonal, or potentially also going here just to be exchanged and get rid of this weak bishop. So, you know, in general, I think often White would like to wait for a development such as this, where White would then hope for taking and then taking back, and then the bishop is not great there behind the pawn and blocked by the pawn. But of course, in that situation, it's not clear that Black would need to take with the pawn, and Black could instead perhaps take with the knight, and then still have a strong diagonal for the bishop. Although, of course, White has an extra pawn in the center. So there are all these nuances here, I think, and I think it's a lot of theory. So perhaps a bit surprising that the players are spending some time here, because, you know, to my mind, it's a very theoretical position, and I'm sure the players have studied this a lot, and I would sort of expect them to you know, bang out the moves and know what they're doing. And David, in fact, does this move with the pawn at once. He takes the pawn in the middle, and I would then expect Nils to take back with the pawn. No, it is possible to take with the knight as well, and this would create a pin here. But you know, if there's just some sensible development, White will end up with an extra pawn in the center here, and probably some advantage due to that. So and also we see that yeah, Nils is right away taking back with the pawn and getting a sound pawn structure there. And also a new move from David, and he castles, and still has 1.5 hours left for the game, and that's the same time he started with, isn't it, Askild?
Yeah, that's correct. And I have a question for you, Torstein, because now we have, you know, it's not quite symmetrical, and for me it looks like Black should try and control the e4 square now, maybe bringing the bishop to b7, the rook to e8, and try and fight for that important square in the center. And also another thing is, what do you do in this position with the White's dark squared bishop on c1?
Yeah. So those are very difficult questions, Askild, and they remind me why I'm not a chess player full time, because then you really have to face those questions every move, right? And what's the plan? But I think in general, one plan for White is to advance in the center here, because White has an extra pawn in the center, and one typical plan might be to start with this pawn and then advance with the other pawn. And that's why, you know, as you say, for sure, it's very important to think about this square, I think, and placing pieces like this can be a possibility. But of course, it's a quite defensive plan, I think. So, and the problem often with defensive plans is that once your defense breaks down, it's very bad for you. So, I mean, you can postpone perhaps this plan, but if you're playing very passively at the end, perhaps the pawns advance, and then you're in real trouble. So I think that's one reason why Nils, instead of opting for a more defensive setup, he goes for a more active approach now and plays the pawn forward. And then we could end up with a situation that is called hanging pawns, where you have these two pawns in the middle that can be strong but can also be weak. And that's also always an interesting duel there, you know, where White can perhaps play the queen to some position, then play the rooks and try to really put pressure on these pawns in the middle. But on the other hand, these pawns can also be strong, and there has been some really great attacking games also where Black is able to advance, and then will also open up here, and perhaps the bishop has returned and can also attack. So that's probably what Nils is dreaming of now, you know, one of those brilliant games that end in an attack that's really into all attacking books.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have played I have played many games with this. What was the phrase you had?
Hanging pawns, I think we call them.
Yeah. Hanging pawns. So I've had many games where I have played with hanging pawns, but on e5 and f5 with the black pieces.
Yeah, right.
And trying to get some attack on the king side. But as you mentioned, I mean, Nils must feel great after yesterday's game. I mean, it was a brilliant game. I was joined first by Mihailo Oleksenko and then Tor Fredrik Aasen. And Tor Fredrik Aasen is a big fan of Paul Morphy, and he got a Morphy vibe of the way Nils was playing yesterday's game. And at some point, he just let his queen hang to threaten checkmate, and it was a brilliant game. So for those of you who didn't watch yesterday's game, have a look. And I mean, those are the type of positions Nils has been waiting for in this match, I believe, because he's a great attacking player, and David is possibly more solid and more positional. So I guess that's the positions David are seeking to get. So we have, in my opinion, we do have a bit different styles clashing together here.
Yeah. Yeah, so and also those trends are always important to notice. When you get a win, and I think everyone watching will, agree that when you get a win, you really feel great, and you feel like you will go for a new win. And when you lose a game, you mean it's not a great thing, is it, to lose a game of chess? And trying to build on that, like I'm sure Nils is hoping to do now, even with the black pieces. I think he's hoping, okay, I got this great win, and I will try to win once more, and perhaps David is a bit out of balance after that game, and I will take advantage of that now and take the lead in the match for the first time.
Yeah, I agree with you. And on the other hand, David must be thinking, okay, there's 3 games left in the match. 2 of those games I will be playing with the white pieces. So he will also think that, okay, I have to take my chances now, either in this game or in the very last game of the match, if he wants to win, which he obviously does. And but I agree with you. Momentum in chess, and if you're playing a match or a tournament, momentum is so important, and also to be able to come back after a loss, psychologically, that's often a big challenge, but it's also part of being a chess player. I think that you have to have that capability, and that's why you often see the very best players in the world, they very seldomly lose 2 games in a row, so they have that stamina, to fight back and to always give their best, even though it might be going a bit even though it's a bit difficult for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I always felt, with Magnus, that one of the special traits that he had was that he was really accepting the risk of losing, on a more conscious level. If you're always pressing for a win, then you will indeed lose some games also. And that many other players, even at the top, they really hate losing, or they feel it's such a terrible thing that they can't really risk it at all, but Magnus, he really accepts this, and this also means that even if he loses, he sort of has already accepted that this will sometimes be the outcome, and it's not such a terrible thing. And then he is also able to strike back in a way that many other players are not, who are not really crushed by losing a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think in general, it's just a great trait to have as a sportsman, as a chess player, to have that fighting spirit and to go for the win and take some risks, obviously. And some chess players are more willing to take risks than others, and but that's also interesting because you do somehow see that a person's personality might reflect either how they play chess, their playing style, but also when it comes to taking risks. And you might be happy to settle for a draw in a complicated position, or you're thinking, okay, I will go for the win, and I might end up losing. So
yeah,
different
and you see so many great young players, but one issue that many players have is that when they play a high rated opponent, they are usually happy to draw. And as we all are, if we're playing someone with 100 rating points more, or even 200 points more, we are generally very happy to make a draw. But I think if you're going to get to the absolute top, you really can't have that attitude. You have to think that it's just a number on a paper, and who cares what that number is? I'm going to crush that guy, and I'm better than him, no matter what the rating points tell you. So I think that's one thing I really have noticed about many talented players, that they stop at some point because they are happy with these draws against strong players, and it's understandable, but it's not the way to be a number 1 or a number 10 player.
Yeah, absolutely. And so in this position, after b takes c5, okay, but this is just
analysis. So in fact, he's thinking for a long time now, and it might be also because he's thinking about this bishop, and it would be perhaps more normally placed, if it was inside of the pawn chain somewhere. So perhaps he's thinking also of this option of playing the pawn here. It is an option also to do this, and perhaps white would be happy then if he wins the bishop here, and then later on perhaps can activate the bishop in this manner also, and really put pressure on black. And of course, if he does not want to take it, then he has to consider what other options there are. But if he places the bishop here, he should be a little bit careful. I think that this bishop could end up being in trouble. Say the knight then moves away, and then he could start thinking of plans with trying to trap this bishop on the edge there. So that seems a little bit risky to me to play like that for Nils.
Yeah, and other moves for white in this position instead of a3. You briefly looked at taking on c5. Would black then take back immediately, or would black be happy to take on c3 first, just to?
Yeah, that's a good question, would he? He would destroy the pawn structure of white, but on the other hand, I think it's not that big a problem. It's not on an open file here, this pawn. It's not that weak, and I think in this position, white would be very happy to have the extra bishop on black squares, and could potentially start, using that bishop right away to put pressure on the black pawns here, and perhaps in particular this pawn. So I think black would take back, and he could, of course, take with the bishop as well. And that would mean that the bishop is very safe, but then he would have this isolated pawn. And that's why he would usually instead, have the hanging pawns, which are more double-edged, you can say, than the isolated pawn, which is in general a bit weak. So, but I think, perhaps a3 is an option. Clearly there are other options as well. Why couldn't he play the knight here? In a blitz game, that's perhaps what we'll do, right? But it doesn't seem like a Magnus move to me. It's a bit, direct, perhaps, but sure, it's possible, and you could even imagine, I suppose, the pawn coming on, and then the rook will enter in, and then we'll have a wonderful attacking game here by Grandmaster Howell.
Maybe, yeah, in yesterday's game, Nils had a rook lift with rook a3 coming to g3. So maybe David is inspired by that idea. And speaking of playing styles, Torstein, we looked at a position where black could have an isolated pawn in the center. And what do you prefer if you have an isolated pawn in the center? Do you want to be the player who has that pawn, or do you want to be the player who's trying to attack that isolated pawn?
Well, I guess in general, I would like to consider myself an attacking player. So in that sense, I suppose I would like to have the isolated pawn, perhaps, if it gives me attacking chances. But Say in this position that we have here, we could have the isolated pawn, and you know, it can be double-edged, but I think in this particular position, it's not easy to see any attack for black, and then it would be more weak. But on this issue, I'm reminded of a comment that Norwegian Grandmaster Einar Gausel once made to me, and I was playing a game in the Olympiad. I think it was in 2002, the Bled Olympiad, and I had an isolated pawn, and I didn't have any attack or anything like that. And you know, I sort of I think I played a bit desperately and lost the game, because you know I was feeling that having an isolated pawn, you know, I have to do something, otherwise I'll lose. And the comment of Gausel was, you know, chill out, man. It's just an isolated pawn. And that really stuck with me, you know, that, okay, you know, it's a weakness, but you shouldn't, you know, go completely bananas over this one isolated pawn. It's still a pawn. You're not a pawn under. And okay, it's a weak pawn, but it doesn't mean that you're going to lose, you know, automatically because of this pawn. So that's also some advice, I think, to club players. You know, it's an isolated pawn, but you know, if you just defend patiently, you will get your chances, and you shouldn't become, you know, completely desperate because you have a weak pawn on the board.
Yeah, I think that's a great advice. And as we can see, for example, in this position, it's pointing towards important squares. You know, c4, e4. So it is double-edged, and I guess in most openings in general, it's difficult to get everything you want. You will get something good and something less good. So it's it's about playing style, and also it's so important to find openings that suit your strengths as a chess player, or to get in positions where you can feel comfortable playing them.
Yeah, and we have a new move on the board here as well. You know, he's playing the most aggressive move here, and that's well done by David. He's also going to give us a real fight today, I think, and he wants to strike back, and he plays the bishop here, the knight here to the e5 square immediately, and you know. For the first time in this game, an attacking move, I would say. It's well placed here. I mean, when you play the knight like that, you're not planning to just exchange it later on, right? I mean, if Nils was playing like that, I mean, he wouldn't just take it, and then black would be great, you know, just having exchanged this knight that moved forward. So when you're playing a move like that, I mean, you would I would expect that you're also thinking about this option of following up with the f pawn. And of course, that's also a weakening move. It's weakening of the king, and it will make this bishop even worse, as it's hitting on this pawn as well. But it does create a strong knight in the middle, and it will create also potential for attacking the black king, and the queen can also come, and as you noted, Askild, this possible attacking plan with the rook also, and last game the rook coming all the way from a3. So we'll see whether that could happen today, but at least he could go with the rook, you know, coming with the rook and trying to really attack the black king and deliver mate on the Swedish Viking here.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I realized now is you can't even play knight from b8 to d7, I think, because there might be some tricks after knight c6 in this position.
Yeah, right. That's a great observation. And you know, there's a weak square there, and the knight can just go there, and you know, the queen has to move somewhere, but then he can just take this knight, I suppose, bishop, I suppose, and would be a great position for white. Already won the bishop here. This pawn is very weak as well, and is threatening a fork here also. So this would be, I guess, just winning for white. So he has to be a bit careful now, Nils. But I'm sure he won't make this mistake of playing the knight out. But it's It's an aggressive move by David, and he spent some time on it. I think more than 10 minutes. I think, and he's down to 118 now to move 40. But then he will get the additional 30 seconds every move as well.
Absolutely, and while Nils is thinking, I just want to remind everyone we are doing fundraiser throughout this match. So it's a joint effort between Chess24 and the Norwegian Refugee Council. And we're close to $10,000 now. Our goal is to get to 20,000, which might be difficult. But if you have a chance to support this great cause, it would be amazing to get some contributions. And it should be quite easy to donate. We have a QR code on the broadcast, and yeah, during the pandemic, I think we're all used to ordering and using the different QR codes, so it should be straightforward. And we've also published a link on the broadcast in the chat, so you can click that. It's pinned, so it's on top of the chat. So if you have the chance, great to get some contributions. And I guess I mean, Torstein, you're a chess commentator in Norway, but your daytime job is actually working for NRC. So tell us a little bit more about what you're doing there, and how this money that we're raising can help people in a very difficult time.
Yeah, and we're so grateful, for this partnership with Play Magnus and Chess24, and for all the contributions for the chess community, and the chess community really stepping up also for friends in Ukraine. So as you say, I'm working for the Norwegian Refugee Council. I used to be a lawyer for many years and a managing partner of an Oslo law firm, but I really switched to the Norwegian Refugee Council last year during the pandemic, and we are the largest Norwegian humanitarian organization, and we are a real global organization with 16,000 staff across the globe in more than 30 countries, from Venezuela to Myanmar and Burkina Faso and Ethiopia and many other countries where people are forced to flee and need assistance to secure the basic human rights, the right to life, the right to security, the right to education, the right to clean water. So it's really about the basics that we are working on every day, and of course we're also working on the other countries, and their crises haven't gotten any less, unfortunately, because of Ukraine. I mean, there's still a drought in Eastern Africa now that could have terrible consequences, and the situation in Sahel is perhaps worse than at any point. So, but we have just launched now a massive operation in Ukraine. So we'll be working across the border in several countries, in Moldova and Poland and Romania, and of course we will also aim to work inside of Ukraine, and which clearly is very difficult at the point because of the ongoing war. But the weakest, the elderly, and those who have to care for sick relatives, they are not able to flee, perhaps. So I mean, the ones that flee are also in a terrible situation, of course, but there are many people that will be also inside the country that are not able to perhaps find food anymore, or other fundamental issues when the situation deteriorates further. So I mean, the money that you all are donating, and it's so much appreciated, they will really go to the absolute basics that every human will need. It's a shelter, it's food, it's water, It's establishing, later on perhaps education and rights, working on rights to housing and other things for the displaced people. So we are stepping up as all of us really have to do in the face of this terrible situation that we are now having in Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, this terrible situation. And as you said, it's good to see that we have a chess community across the world that really are coming together. And I mean, old rivals are now friends, joining for this great cause together. And Hikaru Nakamura had a big stream last week, I believe. Many American grandmasters have been able to raise a lot of money. Chess24 are doing their part, and yeah, it's just great to see that the whole chess world really are coming together for this important cause. And also, I mean, in Norway, I see that we have many different initiatives going on, and that's just great to see. In difficult times we can actually try and help and join forces to help as much as we can.
Yeah, it's just seeing the really the solidarity of people in the face of it is just great, and I'm really happy to see it, and I think it's also something going forward for other people also facing terrible distress in their lives, that I think this will have a positive impact on that we see that war and famine and terrible things can happen far away from us, but also close to us. From a Norwegian perspective, it's not far to Ukraine. It's just basically Poland, and then you are in Ukraine. I mean, there's a bit of Sweden there as well, but it's really not far from here. And it could give us perhaps perhaps a new perspective on conflict, and that we really have to show solidarity and assist people in securing the basic human rights.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have a chat going on, so I will just catch up here and let's see. From by Salon, he's saying, I read that the European community so far has contributed 15 million euros to help Moldova handle the refugee crisis. Moldova has received the most refugees per capita, and they are the poorest country in Europe. So yeah, that's also, I mean, challenging. It's not easy necessarily in Moldova either. They have their own challenges, and they probably need support as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Askild. I think that's a vital point. That we have to share this effort now, and Moldova will receive huge number of refugees, and so will Poland, and so will other countries. And we really have to share this to make sure that we are able to deal with this situation and make sure that the basic human rights are taken care of for all people fleeing Ukraine.
Yeah, and I saw we do have some chess activities coming up in Oslo as well. So maybe for the Norwegian viewers or people living close to Norway who wants to come for that. It's coming up in a couple of weeks, I believe. Can you tell us a little bit about what will happen in Oslo on the 26th of March, is it?
Yeah, it is, and it's like you say for Norwegians, but also if other people are considering coming to Oslo or something, it's a nice city in spring. I mean, do consider this weekend in 2.5 weeks, where we'll have a great event at the new main library in Oslo, which was recently given a prize as the best library of the world. So we'll have an event there, and it's a chess related event where we'll have tournaments, and we'll have classes, we'll have simuls, we'll have blitz, and we'll have lectures, also perhaps on more chess masters, historical chess masters by Hans Olav Lahlum and Atle Grønn and famous Norwegian chess personalities. And then we'll also have some other things. In fact, we'll have film viewings of the Danish film Flea, which is nominated for 3 Oscars this year and was one of the really great films of 2021. And we'll also have some other things. We'll also have the Norwegian winners of the TV program Lego Masters. They will be doing a live, they will be building some chess-related Lego art live there at Deichman. And I think it's just amazing once again to see you're just starting out with some chess related things, but then people really are so they want to contribute, so it ends up being a lot more also. And then we get a film company contributing with this film for free, and we have the Lego, and Lego will also contribute with prizes or gifts or whatever, and it's so it's really great. And this will also be a fundraising effort. So when you take part in something, you will instead of paying for it, you will make a donation to the major Norwegian organizations, including the Norwegian Refugee Council and the Red Cross and others that will also go directly to helping people affected by the Ukraine crisis.
Yeah, that's great, and I will be working on the Champions Chess Tour that date, but I think it's a bit later in the day, so I will hope to come by during the daytime, and I'm looking forward to all the different activities and play some chess and meet friends and people who are supporting this event and this cause. So I'm looking forward to that. And if we're going back a little bit to the game, it seems like Nils has been somewhat surprised maybe by David's last move.
Yeah, and perhaps it's like, we were talking about this move, Askild, and I was saying, it's not really a Magnus move. And, we're not all Magnus, and in fact, there's only one of Magnus. So, perhaps that couldn't be the benchmark of what's great. But it's quite direct, this move. I mean, he's playing the knight into the middle, and he's still the pieces here on the left are not developed, and there's this classical rule that you shouldn't start your attack before you develop all your pieces. So he's really starting to move his pieces once more, even though he's not developed, and I think Nils is a bit worried. What if David now has prepared this move with super programs like he could have, Stockfish and these massive programs. What if he actually has studied it with computer and now he's going to go for an all-out attack? And how do I defend against this, bit of a Stone Age plan, you could say, with just advancing the pawn, perhaps 1 or 2, and then so he's in fact giving away the bishop. He makes a move there. Finally, Nils, he takes the knight with the bishop. But, so you can see we have this evaluation bar on the left there. So it seems to say that, it's completely equal, this position. But in general, White would be quite happy that he did not need to play a3 to make the bishop take the knight. Very often, White would need to invest in this move to play the pawn a pawn 1 forward to achieve winning this knight. And now he's saved one move, and even better for him is that he can also now, with the pawn still on a2, he can also play the bishop to a3 and then try to pressure this. But you see the point of Nils here is that he will immediately try to eliminate the bishop here. I think if White was able to keep the bishops, it would be a very strong position, and the bishop would also be a strong attacking piece. But this is a very good move by Nils, I think, playing the bishop out there, and then he can't move the bishop away either, because then he will lose the rook. Otherwise, he would probably do that, but he really can't, I think. It's too ambitious. So then perhaps he will go for another plan, perhaps a setup once more where he allows this exchange and then hopes to make an advance in the middle. But then, of course, Nils could say that, okay, why did you play the knight into the middle of the board, and you don't really have that much of an attack anymore, and I can just play perhaps the knight there, and my position will be okay. So equal position, it says, and David 8 minutes more on the clock, but it's a tense game so far in London.
Absolutely. And as Jason is writing in chat, David is ahead on time. What's wrong with him? So it's just a funny comment based on all the other games where David is always in time trouble.
Yeah.
But as we said, I think David seems quite prepared today, and that's why he's blitzing out some moves in the opening. But after this last move from Nils, I agree with you, Torstein. It seems like a very strong move. And if you look at White's bishop pair at the moment, it is the light squared bishop that is the best of the two, and also targeting the black king. So if Nils is able to exchange the light squared bishops, I wouldn't be too worried about the remaining bishop for now, at least, if I have the black pieces. Having said that, I mean, he still has a bishop, and the position might open up later on. And in general, we tend to say that bishops are a little bit better than knights if the positions are open, and so could still have a small advantage perhaps later in the game. But for now, I think Nils has found the correct plan to trade off those light squared bishops.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with you, Askild, that there is this the small or small exchange, as Fisher called it, right? The advantage of having a bishop versus a knight. It is often a small advantage, and he could now also take the bishop, and then of course the knight would be on the rim, on the edge of the board, and that's usually not great. And it's that could be one factor he could try to take advantage of, and I think many club players would certainly try to do that. Perhaps attacking the knight, hoping that the knight would be in trouble, and then the knight would go back. And still, perhaps it's not clear what this would achieve for White. I mean, it's a solid position for Black, and the knight can also come to a good square on e6. So and of course it might end up with just being no result, and just Black improving the position and ending up in a good position potentially. Another possibility, of course, is this kind of a race that we sometimes see also, that it could potentially try to go for that kind of an advance and then try to rush with the pawns here, but then White would perhaps be faster, I think, on the other side, and go on the attack there. And that's I think very tempting for White to try to achieve a pawn advance and then activate the bishop and get a very strong bishop. That would be really great for David if he was able to do that.
And we have an interesting question from Giacomo Rizzi on the chat. What about knight to, if we go back after bishop a6, what about knight to c6? To try and tempt Black to take that knight.
Knight to c6, that's a great move.
Yep.
It's a great move. So he go there, and I think if Black was to take this knight, that's the main plan here. Then I really think that White would have a real advantage here with the two bishops now, and the bishop could also return to this square, and I think White would be clearly better here. But I think the problem might be that he's not going to move this. He's not going to take it, I think. Perhaps he's going to play the queen instead. I mean, I was first thinking of this move, And you know, that's why I'm not a professional chess player, because that would be a very short day at work for me. And you know, I would be very embarrassed. I would not show this game to anyone. But I think perhaps if instead he plays the queen to c7, it's perhaps not so easy to see how he will continue, because if he takes the knight, then of course he can't take the knight back, then he will lose the bishop. But instead I think he will take this first, and then in this kind of situation I don't think he has any better move than taking it. And I don't think white has any advantage in this position. And perhaps even, you know, black might have some advantage, being better developed and having control of this square also. The bishop, although it is a bishop, it's perhaps not so great, this bishop. You know, it would like to be here outside the pawn chain, but it's very you know, it's quite passive now. So in this position, I suppose black could be fine. So it's a great plan, this move, you know, suggested at our chat. It's a great move. It's a particularly great move in blitz, I think. You know, just banging it out. The knight comes there to c6, and the opponent will just, at the pure shock of it, just take it. But I think in this game, Nils would just play the queen out, and then there's not that much point to the knight move, I think.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting, tricky move. But in that analysis, I think black is doing fine after some exchanges, and it also looked tempting to actually try and go for some play for black on the queen side. Maybe even play pawn to c4, followed by other pawn moves on the queen side. And
yeah, I think that's something we should in general think a little bit about, as you say, Askild, that, you know, in that kind of a situation, it is really an option for, you know, white will try to advance here, but it's very difficult now, because the rook can also come there, and the pawn is, there are so many black pieces just stopping it. But on the other hand, you know, it's really possible for black to advance here, and then, you know, really try to get an active position there on the queen side, creating perhaps a passed pawn or something.
And also white's problem in this position is the bishop, because it looks like a big pawn on d2, you know, just staring into his own pawns on c3 and e3. And also, even if the bishop goes to a3, black can just move the rook to e8, and I just feel the bishop is not really a strong piece in this position. Maybe you can even play c4 and then move the rook to e8. So yeah, I just feel, yeah, white is struggling a bit with this bishop, and I think even the knight might be a better piece in this particular position.
Yeah, I know, and I always liked the knight. It was always my favorite piece, and I think, you know, if you eliminate the knight, then chess is really, you know, a mathematical game. You know, you have the diagonals, and you have the files and the ranks, and you have the rooks and the queens, and they're working together. But, you know, it's really the knight that's creating the creative side of chess. So and in fact, some of my opponents, they also found this out, so they started just, you know, eliminating my knights right away, and that was a very effective approach. You know, it's not according to the book, but you can also play the player, you know, play the opponent, and just take out his knights and make it into more of a calculation game.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I talked about this a bit earlier in the match as well, that it seems like sometimes we forget, especially in terms of preparation, we forget that your opponent changes from game to game. So you are thinking about what you want to do. But sometimes you have to also consider, okay, but maybe against this player, I should choose a different approach, because this player has different strengths and weaknesses, etc. So I think it's important to take that into consideration more often and than what I do at least. Can speak on my own behalf, but I think it might be something also other players should think a little bit more about, at least.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's quite difficult though to make an effective. I mean, you can always concentrate on your own game and your own opponents or something, but I think when you're starting to really think about what will be unpleasant for my opponent, this particular opponent I'm playing now, then you're really playing at a very high level if you're able to do that.
Yeah, but for example, one of my good friends, Odin, also a chess player, he's a very attacking player. So I would love to just play a boring position against him to trade some pieces and eliminate his chances of attacking me and checkmating me. So some players are very, I mean, they find the tactical motives in almost any position, even though it looks difficult somehow. If you don't pay attention, they will suddenly create some dangerous attack. Okay, and he took on a6.
He took it. He didn't see anything better than to take it, and at least he got the knight on the rim here. But his problem is that it's a very temporary issue for black. So of course, if he was able to take advantage of this knight right now, that would be great. But if he's not able to do it, then this knight will just move into a nice position, a nice central position here. And then he will have solved that problem, and the position seems to be and in fact he placed a very aggressive queen move, also a bit surprising to me, because I was sort of feeling that it's also the club player move, I suppose, and obviously that doesn't mean it's a bad move, but it's that sort of direct play that you perhaps don't see that often from top grandmasters, in that they are playing a bit more subtle than just going on the attack and trying to win a piece or something. But okay, David thinks it's the best move, and he attacks now the knight, and obviously the knight has to move then. So or that's not true, because he could in fact also defend it. But I'm not sure. Well, I would first consider just moving this knight, and I mean he would have to consider if it's a problem with this pawn. White could also play the knight here, I suppose, but I wouldn't think there was much of a problem here, because he can always protect this pawn in an okay manner, I think, and the queen can also come to defend it, and the rook as well. So it's difficult to see that it will be possible for white to win this pawn. I mean, it's quite well defended.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't think it gives white a very big advantage at all, but after knight c7, I would contemplate just taking on c5 so just take here, and then c4, and then try and bring the bishop out quickly and the rooks into the game.
Yeah, so that's absolutely an interesting idea, to play there, and then you would hope to get sort of a Magnus position, where there's some kind of exchange of these pieces, and you end up with the extra bishop, and the bishop could be very strong, and while that might not be very much at a more normal level, it could in fact be enough to really pressure the opponent and go for a win on a high level. So this is a very interesting, and I would agree with you, Askild. This is very interesting option here for white, and probably what David is thinking of this plan now. First to give black not this one. First to give black the hanging pawns here in the middle, and then right away to eliminate them by playing the pawn up, and then the question would be, what other options are there here for black? He could perhaps play the pawn forward, get a passed pawn. It would have to be considered by David. Is that a good option? After all, the pawn is closing in on the d1 square step by step. Or perhaps he could also, try for some attack on this knight, perhaps playing the rook here. Perhaps the queen somewhere, perhaps even to e8 is possible. So there are various options here. But now again, Nils is thinking, and David still ahead on time, bit more than an hour, and they played. I think it was move 14. Move 14 was the last move here. Queen to a4, threatening the knight, and I suppose there is really only two moves here for black. It's either to defend it with the queen, or it's moving it back to c7. I mean, you could perhaps move it to b8 also, but it seems very passive to me and a bit slow. And even if you get it to this square, then the white would have this nice square for the knight. So I wouldn't think, really that black has time for such slow maneuvering play, and that he would probably instead play the knight to c8, or possibly then. I mean, the advantage, I suppose, of this move is that it's. I don't know if it's more directed towards your plan there, Askild, in that it defends perhaps better. But I mean, it could perhaps play like this even now. But then, of course, it's a possibility to take with the knight instead.
Yeah, that's the problem for white. I think ideally you want black to take back with the b pawn, because now you also get a tempo on the white queen, and maybe it's not so easy to play c4 afterwards.
Yeah, right. So the queen will have to move, but then this pawn is also weak, right?
Yep.
So and this, of course, is also isolated, but it's not such a big problem. And if the queen was to go over somewhere, then which is sort of an attacking move, then this pawn is in real trouble immediately here. So yeah, it's perhaps this move is really what it's about, Askild, and that we have really managed to figure out that he shouldn't play perhaps the knight back, because then there is this strong possibility of playing the pawn up and then really activating the bishop in the long diagonal, and then instead he should play the queen, defend the knight, so that he can take back with the knight and avoid this scenario with the strong bishop here in the open long diagonal.
Yeah, and also if after queen c8, let's say white just makes a calm move, h3, f3, then it might be tempting to try. I don't know if maybe try now to play c4, and then the plan is to play maybe then play knight c7, and then try and play b5, a5, and this plan we looked at earlier.
Yeah, it's that will be once more one of the races here, because of course then in that kind of setup, I mean, it's also possible perhaps for white to try to advance on the other side. So it's an interesting fight here, and I mean,
double-edged, as we say.
Yeah, as spectators, we would love it, right? It's a real fight where they go at each other from each side here. But I mean, at first sight, I would think it looks very promising for white this, but perhaps not. And it's also one of the major changes in modern chess. That the defensive capabilities are so much stronger now than they were not that many years ago. In fact, and also something I think we learned from the computers, that it's possible to defend almost anything. You know, in the ancient days, we were thinking, you know, and studying games on our own without computers. We were just thinking, no, okay, it's a decisive attack. You know, it's not worth using any more time on this. Clearly, it's a decisive attack. But now when you study things with computers, you know, it's incredible how every time there is a defense, every time there is a move, almost your naked king can almost, you know, survive the vicious attacks by 3 or 4 pieces. And you know, also one of the major findings of Alpha Zero was that you could castle into a very open position with your king, and it was fine. So you know, these old evaluations on how to on how promising attacking positions are, they don't really hold anymore. And okay, he's not making our move here, Askild. He's not playing the queen. He instead makes the move with the knight. He plays the knight to c7, and then he gives the option for white then to make this move that we were talking about. That is to take this pawn and then to play the pawn up and try to activate the bishop. But I mean, the evaluation bar we have on our left, on the left to our board, it's absolutely stuck in the middle there. It's an equal position, and David, 7 minutes more remaining until the time control.
And quickly before we take a short break, yeah, just like to summarize, because if I played with the black pieces, I just like queen c8 because it felt more flexible. And now you're kind of inviting David into this very concrete variation, which at first glance at least looks pleasant for white. It's probably equal according to the computer, but now white is able to fix some of his problems in the position with the weak pawn on c3, with the bad bishop on c1, and you could connect the rooks and get them into the game. However, if white doesn't manage to try and add to the pressure, then I guess black is doing okay. And if we get some trade of some pieces, you know, it's probably just equal. But yeah, it will be interesting to see what David decides to do. And I think yeah, let's have a short break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right.
Great.
Bra. Oi, oi, oi. Her er det jo luksus med å ta en pause innimellom.
Ja. Nei, men
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember, who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
I don't really know what my expectations were when I grew up. I just wanted to make games. I didn't really consider where that would take me. Today, I am the Chief Creative Officer here at Mojang in Stockholm. We have more than 120 million monthly active users and more than 200 million sold copies of Minecraft. I often get a question on why is Minecraft so successful? I believe it's the way you interact with the world. It's very simple and you have a big impact on just small actions. You quickly realize that you can build anything, so it gives you a very sense of empowerment. I came to Mojang because I've always been making games my entire life. Marcus Persson, he created Minecraft, and his idea was to create more games with the support of the success of Minecraft. I got asked if I knew someone that could help them develop a new game. I said, well, I volunteer myself. For the first year, it was just me and Marcus working on Minecraft. It was really in the spirit, as we say in the industry, like we were just doing things for fun. Sometimes we could have an idea on the Monday that was released on the Friday. So it was very high tempo and a lot of fun. When I started, the game had already sold 700,000 copies, which was amazing and more or less unheard of in the indie game scene. We believed that we had peaked. But we quickly realized that Minecraft is here to stay. So that meant that I would take over the lead development of the creative vision for Minecraft. I think the most fun part about making games is the early phase where everything is possible. And it's both about creating a world, but also creating the rule sets of this world. When I look around, I always look at things and think about them in terms of game development. I'm not sure if it's a blessing or a curse. For instance, when we were on a holiday in Singapore, and they have these amazing plants that grow on the trees, like flowers. And I was thinking, oh, that we could use that. Sweden might be a good place to be a nerd. Well, we have these really long, dark winters, so it's not strange if anyone just stays indoors a whole weekend and working on something on their computers. That's potentially one of the reasons why we have so many good music artists and also game developers, and we have the time to really geek out on specific topics.
Så vi har ju precis snapshotat lite olika features till Cubes och Clips, till exempel koppar. Och vi har fått in lite olika feedback, så jag tänkte kolla lite med dig vad du tänker.
Today I'm more guiding and directing ideas, and Agnes Larsson is now leading the design team for Minecraft. We know that kids play a lot of Minecraft, so when we add new features, we try to consider if we can make this feature in a way that teaches them something. One of the reasons why we added bees was to put attention to that bees are very important for pollination, but also for the way we produce food. And also, Minecraft is a fantasy world, and not everything works as it does in real life, obviously. When I play Minecraft with my son, I build things, and my son, he wants to go on an adventure. So he just says, come on, Dad, we need to go. And I'll say, okay, I'll follow you. When we're out exploring, I'm more like, oh, can we go back now? Can we continue building on the castle instead? And he's like, no, Dad. I'm always thinking about what I'm working on next. You never really sit down and say, oh, this is it. It never really ends. You just follow your drive.
Locally produced.
Everyone is welcome to enjoy the Swedish nature.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
welcome back from the break. We're underway with the 8th game in this special challenge match between David Howell and Nils Grandelius. They're playing in the heart of London in the Swedish embassy, and the score is tied actually 3.5 for each player. So we have a lot of excitement going into the final stages of this match. And now we're joined by International Master Malcolm Payne as well. And what are your thoughts on the position, Malcolm?
Well, I think White's just gone wrong here. So what you should do when you look at this pawn structure is compare it with the customary way in which the pawn structure arises. And that's when the white knight is on e2, a white pawn's on a3. So white's gone bishop d3 and a3, and black's taken on c3. And when the knight is on e2, it's far more effective. It's going to g3, it's going to f5. And White's strategy here, the only strategy that makes any sense for White here, is to try and get the e4 break. But the problem is, with having the knight on e5, prevents him from going e5 once he's gone e4, which means that those two pawns actually would be a target for Black's knights and heavy pieces once they get there. So the whole White plan is much harder to execute with this arrangement of pieces that he's got. And to make it worse, I think this is like a tiny point, but I said it normally arises after a3. Now, it was interesting, Nils, if I looked at the moves correctly before, Nils just took on the c3 without being asked, right? And there's one very, very handy point. When you've got a3, it's a typical idea to play rook a2 and swing the guy across. And the main variation, the most important game in this pawn structure is Botvinnik Capablanca from the Avro tournament, right? You know, with the amazing piece sacrifice. And compared with that, this is all wrong. In particular, like White's queen isn't doing anything there. It's just a target. And if White doesn't get this dynamic play, he's got no real compensation for the fact that his dark bishop isn't very good. He needs to move that e3 pawn out of the way to make any sense of his position. So if he's not careful, I mean, it might not happen, but if he's not careful, Black will just go c4, e5, a5, and just expand on the queen side without having to worry about all the typical suffering he usually gets on the king side.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know what the computer would say about this, but for me, this feels, well, almost actually already maybe slightly better for Black. And I'm actually intrigued how this happened from the point of view of the move order, because I saw it after 6 or 7 moves, and it just looked like a normal position. So I'm just wondering how Black managed to outmaneuver, how Nils managed to outmaneuver David here.
Well, we can have a look at the first moves, you know, and this was the starter where he played knight f3 and b6.
Ah, he went 4 knight f3. Okay, yeah, that loses all the flexibility if you're going to go e3.
Yeah, so then he played e3, and like you said, I think I was also surprised by the fact that Nils opted to take on c3 without White playing a3, and you know the general point, you know, that White would be very happy that Black takes the knight without having to waste a move on a3. So, but this was the start of the game here, and Nils then going for this setup with the hanging pawns in the middle, and then this quite surprising, very direct move by David playing the knight into the middle there.
Torstein, that actually the c5 move, knight e5 is normal. It's kind of normal because you're trying to play the move f4 here.
Yeah.
What I find interesting, I would probably have to check it with chess base, but I think Black's usually played bishop b7 by now, and then is answering knight e5 with knight c6, and White goes f4. So what did Nils play then? He just took, did he? I guess. Yeah,
you mean instead earlier here? I mean, he hasn't. Okay. He could have played bishop e7 earlier, I suppose, right. But he didn't.
But this is the point. I think now I'm beginning to understand. This is very clever. So after knight e5, trying to get in the normal stuff with f4, Nils just went to c5. He didn't waste. I'm going to say waste a move with bishop b7 because he's going to go to a6 in one move. That's
right. But clever. On the other hand, he takes this knight then without White having to play a3.
Sure.
And then he gets this position, but as you say, and as Askild and I were also discussing, you know, the normal follow-up of this knight move is to play f4, but with the bishop exchange, it doesn't make much sense because there is very little attack left in the position when the white squared bishop is exchanged here.
Absolutely, and a move like f4 just makes your remaining bishop even worse. This is very clever by Nils.
Absolutely.
This is actually, I mean, it's probably just my general ignorance of sort of being out of full-time play for like, you know, best part of 30 years, but I'm not actually, but the point is that knight, no, this is very clever. This is very clever.
But this move also was a bit surprising to us, perhaps, and it's also very direct. You know, just playing the queen out there, and you know, it's a move that any club player would do, and it's at least to me it was a bit surprising. You know, a top grandmaster like David Howell, he plays some of these moves that don't seem really to achieve much in this particular game, and you know. Perhaps being a bit frustrated with the game yesterday also, or that this could have an impact also on his game today. And now we get some more moves here. I mean, he played the knight back here in the next move, and then the f3 move, and he just plays to advance his pieces now on the queen side here, and then the bishop comes out. And then he doesn't play the knight here. He instead plays the bishop. The knight to b5 now in move 14.
Okay, that's a very interesting move. I mean, White. It's funny that he's played that because I was going to say to you that White would rather have his pawn on a4 than his queen, because then at the very least he can slightly obstruct Black's queenside pawn advance. So the knight on b5, that's possibly, I guess, going to d6, and then e4 will never, ever happen. I mean, once that knight gets to d6, that's it. You're not going to go e4. So that will leave Black completely free to attack on the king side, which means White may have to resort to something like g4, which he clearly has some downsides, right?
Yeah.
This is very clever play, because I would have expected like b5 or something, but this is first putting the knight on the most perfect square, and then it's time maybe to roll those pawns.
It's quite ambitious play by Nils to get the knight there to the perfect spot, and then of course, you know, it would seem that as always the computer says it's an equal position. So this is something we have learned now in the last 20 years, that you know, whatever your feeling is, it's generally equal. Yes. It's also an interesting point that if we switched colors, we would probably evaluate it a bit differently. But it's just, you know, when Black really is going on the offensive, it feels like early in the game you are prone to say that, you know, Black really has the advantage or something like this, and in fact it might only be equal, and perhaps we would consider it equal if you just had the Black position with the white pieces. You would perhaps say, you know, it's an equal position. But yeah, it's going quite well for Nils, but he's a bit down on time. He's only 44 minutes now left on 25 moves.
Generally speaking, I mean, I've had these positions like literally hundreds of times with White, this kind of structure. But generally speaking, when it's all going wrong, in the worst case, you know, you can take on c5 and go c4 and try and be equal that way, you know, and then at least your bishop becomes a chess piece. And maybe you can attack an isolated pawn on a very good day. Please don't. I don't want to overestimate this idea. I'm just trying to equalize, and I'm not saying it's even particularly good in this exact position. I'm just saying generally that this is how you try and like bail out.
But still, why not? It does seem quite clever. Huh? It wins. It's quite effective because it also threatens this knight, which is a bit strangely placed at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, the thing that's strange for White is that if you were going to do this plan, right, you'd want your pawn on a4 and your bishop on a3. That's how it hangs together better, right? This is all, yeah. I mean, I'm absolutely improvising here, Torstein. I can't tell you.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any other. I mean, you could potentially have some other moves here, I suppose, attacking this knight, which is now not protected, so trying to take advantage of that before you take this pawn back, I suppose.
I guess if you do, I go c4 anyway, I suppose.
Yeah. So if I move the queen somewhere and you're just going to play c4 anyway, and if I go with a rook, you're just playing c4.
Yeah.
But I think perhaps, as you say, Malcolm, I mean, if Black is able to play the knight here, Black seems very solid and defends against any e4 play, and is also really preparing to start advancing on the queen side. So it would seem that it's a critical point now for David Howell to actually do something now before Black consolidates completely.
Yeah, just gets control. I mean, the other thing that can happen is if you allow knight d6, then you've also not only got to worry about the queenside pawn advance, but you've also got to worry about something like pawn takes on d4, rook c8, knight c4, b5, and just a big positional advantage on the queen side. And then you've also got this terrible problem with white of having a terrible bishop on d2 against a knight. And typically when white has a horror show in the Nimzo Indian, it's usually on the white squares. He just loses all the white squares, and you can see it happening, right?
Yeah.
You can see it happening.
Yeah, for sure. That's also an interesting plan, and then you would have these 2 pawns also versus 1 here, and potentially easy plan trying to advance these pawns also towards a new queen. Well, as we say, it's perhaps an equal position. We have to respect the computer, as we have learned now for many years. But I think David really has to play accurately here now, these next moves, or otherwise I think Nils will really be in charge of this game.
Yeah, strategically he would be. What I would say is that I always like to try and qualify these computer assessments just a little bit, because in human terms, the computer might say that with absolute best play, it's equal. But how many does that require white to find only moves? And I've got a feeling that if you gave the computer the top 6 moves for white here, 1 might be equal, 5 are probably better for black. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my general sense of it, which means that if you like, the human assessment isn't equal. It's actually a little bit uncomfortable, because white's looking at all these possibilities and not getting a good vibe.
Yeah. And you have to find that one move to actually make it equal.
The computer, I can believe this position is equal. I mean, from the point of view of development, white's actually slightly ahead. He's got a knight in his opponent's half of the board. He's got no terrible weaknesses, and if he can change the pawn structure favorably, he should be fine.
Malcolm, do you feel that David now has to bail out, as you mentioned? Because if not, it's not easy to see how to continue.
I mean, he'll just lose lots of tempi with his queen. The pawns will come down the queen side, and black will just be better. Actually, black will just be better. I mean, one of the things is, my desperate idea of g4. I mean, if we had a chessboard here and we were just moving the pieces around, it's a bit harder to do with a computer. But you could give me g4 and g5 and f4, and I'm still not doing anything, by the way. It's like not really. I'm not scared.
It won't really. I mean, and also a good example of the soundness of this defensive position, right? That it's really very useful to not have moved your pawns there, and it's very difficult to break through. And of course, even more so with the white king here, it's really difficult to see this attack going anywhere, I think.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I don't know how many times in competitive chess I've played rook a2 to e2 in this pawn structure. It's possible. But you can go rook a1 here, I suppose, and rook e2. But the problem is that without the bishop on b2, the d4 pawn's incredibly weak. So you're probably going to have to put one rook to the d file, actually. Or else you're just going to have to move this bishop on d2. One maneuver that does make sense for white, by the way, is bishop e1 to h4. That's a potent maneuver in this structure sometimes. That does transform the bishop from completely useless to something. I mean, it's hanging the c3 pawn here at the moment, but just in general, that's a plan.
Yeah,
that's an interesting idea. And you also might, have knight g4 to add some
Yeah.
pressure on
I mean, that's a plan that you get, you know, in that main line I was mentioning with the bishop on b7 and knight e5, knight c6. That's a plan in that structure.
So then perhaps, you know, but as you say, this pawn will probably have to be protected first somehow. But then once you are able to do that, you might then play the bishop there. Although, of course, I don't know if perhaps a knight would also be sort of defensive against that, because it could continue to f5, right? And then the pin would not be very effective after all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm just trying to equalize here, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think your original plan there, I think that's really the way to go, Malcolm, right? With just exchanging and exchanging on c5, and you know, if White is able to do this, I mean, White could even dream of an advantage here, with the bishop potentially becoming strong and this pawn also becoming weak, and this pawn could also advance going forward. So, I mean, this is not so easy for Black.
Torstein, in this structure, I'm sure you would just keep the pawn on e4 probably, and then that's a small stable advantage. You know, you have a nice pawn chain, you're controlling the d5 square from Black's knights. The d4 square is not weak because you've got a dark squared bishop. And so you've just got a slightly better structure in that situation, I would say. If there's no tactical reason why it falls apart, which there might be, by the way. I mean, Black can sort of.
But I guess it would be great to have the queen back on, let's say, c2, and then play a4, and then you play e4.
And then we are genuinely pushing. Yeah, then we're genuinely pushing. I mean, if we reach a stable position with a dark bishop that has some scope against the knight, then we really are.
And I'm starting to like White's position.
But I think this position is quite promising. So perhaps it's important for Black to use this move here. I mean, it's not absolutely necessary to recapture this pawn immediately, and Black could try to take advantage of the unprotected knight here. So I mean,
I absolutely agree. So
in some way, but of course it's, you know, in what way, that's always a difficult question.
Yeah, so maybe queen c7 or rook e8.
Yeah, right. So queen c7, but then Malcolm's point was that, you know, this might just happen anyway.
Yeah, it might. There'll be a lot of liquidation. I don't trust it completely.
It's very cunning.
I think you have to play rook e8.
The British are always very cunning.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to start quoting Blackadder if you say cunning. You know, cunning is a plan invented by the professor. Yeah, a fox study. What is it? But as cunning as a plan figured out by the fox who's a professor of cunning at Oxford University or something like that. Yeah, that's something. I can't remember these. I always get the quote wrong. Right. Yeah, queen c7. I like queen c7. So. I've got
there will be a lot of liquidation, like you say, just capturing here, and then I suppose there might be further captures as well. But even so, White might potentially end up with a little something with the.
I think he'll end up with a very bad extra pawn on a2, and Black's probably all right. Yeah, I mean, look at Black's pieces; he can't be worse. So I don't know.
And winning a tempo, perhaps.
Yeah, no, this must be fine. It just must be absolutely fine for Black. His pieces are so active. The pawn on a2 is hopeless, and the bishop still isn't playing chess. So I can't believe it's bad.
I just have to interrupt. We have a question for you, Malcolm, from the chat from Kevin Winter, asking: has Malcolm any new chess events in mind, or new initiatives, or any cunning plans for the future of chess?
Yeah, I'm trying to raise the money for another chess fest in Trafalgar Square on July the 17th. And in fact, I've booked Trafalgar Square.
Wow, great.
Mayor of London has kindly made it available, so that's good. And we're also actually, literally, the reason I haven't been in the commentary quite so much is we're planning the London Chess Classic at the moment. So again, I haven't got the money, but we're planning it. So yeah, that's what we're doing. The other thing we're trying to do is just expand the charity and get more schools going, because we lost a lot during COVID, and also do more chess in prison. So I think when they have an alert level in British prisons on COVID, and when it gets down to level 2, we can go back in and do chess. And I hope that when it's level 2 everywhere, we'll have actually chess in 11 prisons, which would be a decent number. Yeah.
Fantastic.
That's what we're up to.
And
Yeah, that's really great, Malcolm. And I know in Norway also they are doing chess in prisons. I know FIDE is doing it as well, right? So in the US and I think other places. So I mean,
Yeah. FIDE organises. FIDE. I mean, this wonderful guy, Mikhail Koroman, who is an officer in Cook County Jail. He goes into Cook County Jail in Chicago. He came up with an idea of a world championship for prisons, and he did it on his own. And then FIDE came in and helped him and publicized it and promoted it, and it had 43 teams last time. 43 teams from 31 countries, and Mongolia won. Incredible. And we entered the team. They did very well in the preliminaries. They won 23 matches out of 24. And our board one was actually, I think, the top scorer preliminaries. Actually, maybe overall, in fact. Yeah, I think conceivably he was the scorer overall. Obviously, I can't talk about identities or things like that, but I would just say that the first time I walked into this particular prison where he was, I sort of saw him from the back, and I thought, and then he turned around and he said, "Oh, hello, Malcolm." So anyway, more than that, I cannot tell you. Yeah.
Well, there are some stories of chess players, and yeah. And it would seem to me almost the British chess players in particular, but that's probably not fair, Malcolm, is it? Are they incarcerated more than other chess players?
There is no available data, Torstein. only anecdotal data.
Okay. Yeah. I just remember, from these great books I had, The Complete Chess Addict. Yeah, right. So there was always there was various things, and I also seem to remember some British chess players, strong chess players, doing various bad things.
There was a very famous court case where one British chess player called another British chess player a fat old jailbird, as in a jailbird, someone who's been in jail. Yeah, he called him a fat old jailbird. And the other chess player sued him for libel in the court. And I think, again, I might not have this absolutely right, but as I recall the story, the guy won his case against the person who called him a fat old jailbird, but he only won like 1 penny in damages because the judge said that the chap who said it had been technically correct or something.
That's a nice judgment. So, but he's thinking now for a long time. Our friend, the Grandmaster David Howell, he's now left with less time than Nils Grandelius of Sweden. He's down to 41 minutes they only made, in fact, 14 moves in this game. And they started out with the 90 minutes, right? So it's a really slow pace here at the start. And now we're going into the most complicated phase of the game. So this might be a real thriller here going into move 20, 30 and towards the time control.
I'm sure David will feel a lot better now that he has less time than his opponent.
Yeah.
But as I told you, Torstein, during the break, David always has one 30-minute think during the game, and this might be the one. Yeah. He's been thinking for 17 minutes, so I'm not surprised if he will think for another 10-12 minutes.
But the greatest British think must definitely be William Watson, Grandmaster William Watson, who doesn't play anymore. He's a lawyer in a top law firm. He still plays a little bit of chess, but not at a high level. I think William once thought for over half an hour on his first move. That goes down as the greatest thing in English chess.
It should be a really great move then, Malcolm.
Yeah.
I hope he wasn't just able to produce E4 or something. I mean, it should be A4 at least if you think for a half an hour.
I can't remember. I'll have to ask him again what he was thinking about. But from memory, I think he said he was just analysing some variation in the King's Indian, actually, whether or not to play it, I think. Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Well, yeah, he's thinking, yeah.
I mean, I think we're agreed then, aren't we, that DC looks like the only...
Yeah, but I mean, one good thing for David, you could say, is that he agrees with us, or perhaps we should say one good thing for us is that the strong Grandmaster David Howell agrees with us that this is a critical point in the game. and you know you really need to take your time. And then he makes his move, and he doesn't play your move, Malcolm. He plays instead the queen to b3 on move 15. Well, it's an improvement of the position of the queen, I suppose, but it seems a bit slow once more. He's moved it to a4, and now he's going back to d3. And what about why black continuing on the plan with the knight, playing the knight to d6? It would seem to be feasible.
Yeah, does he want to play rook b1 after that, maybe?
Rook b1, and then the eternal question is which rook?
Oh, the a1, please.
You're doing it with the a rook, and then yeah, it's possible.
I mean, I don't believe it.
But it's a question of, well, there is this threat, of course. So when I was thinking of, because it's not so easy perhaps to go here, and then you have some, you have the knight also in, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
so, but is this possible at all to think about this move?
Absolutely possible. And if pawn takes pawn, knight c4, I can't believe this can be bad for black.
And then he would probably have to take it, right?
Yeah, and then take it with the d pawn. I mean, any
D
such
pawn, and then when you win this back, that could be really great for black.
Yeah, I mean, any such position where you end up with a dark bishop against the knight and some stuff on the dark squares that's fixed, white pawns just must be good. I mean, or at least it can't be bad for black. I mean, maybe white can.
And now you also have this great square here where potentially a knight might land, or a rook also will land there very swiftly, and that would be really really great for black.
Yeah,
you can even consider knight d7 and then go through via either c5, e5.
Yeah,
and then jump into d3.
No, it's not pretty. I mean, I might get my bishop to d4 on a good day, but it would have to be a very good day.
Yeah, you could try for that, and
I'm not sure I've got time.
But you no, right, like you say, you don't really. I mean, I could just immediately get my rook in, and it's very difficult for, and it's a very easy position to play for black as well. You know, just moving the other rook in, and then at some point perhaps you will try to start your pawns here, and you have the knight to maneuver into some nice position, and it's easy to play good moves in such a position. But of course, it's not the actual setup. But I'm a bit curious as to what David's idea is. If Nils just moves the knight back now, and that would seem to be his plan anyway. He did play the knight here to return to d6. So I mean that will be his first idea. What about this move? And then what is the plan here of David? It's not clear to us, is it?
I honestly don't know what he's up to. I can only see, maybe he'll play a4. Maybe he'll play a4.
A4, and then you think he will try to play this move later on then, or perhaps try some tricks?
Yeah, I think a5, allowing b5 is never good for white. So.
Right, so, but it doesn't seem very threatening. I mean, couldn't I just play the queen somewhere, or?
You could do many things. It's not threatening at all. I'm just trying to equalize.
Yeah.
I'm making absolutely no claims.
No, but I always find the psychology around this interesting, that, you know, if you're playing white and you're playing a theoretical line, and then after just 10 moves or a bit more, you're already trying to equalize. It's not a great feeling. Whereas if you have the same situation with black, it's okay. I mean, it's what playing black is like. You have to equalize, but so and it really impacts, I think, how people handle the situation, and if you are able to accept with white pieces that already after so few moves you are struggling to have an equal position. I mean, many players will not be able to just conclude objectively on that.
I agree. You kind of one of the commonest ways to lose, I think, is to try and extract an advantage out of the position with white that just isn't there because you're white. It's the psychology of it ruins your objectivity, right?
Yeah. So we'll see here once more. I don't know, because that could be one option, one reason for this last move also, that David is not quite comfortable in just eliminating pieces and so on, like we were discussing, and tries to seek some advantage with the extra bishop here, perhaps, or hoping to achieve some play in the middle at some point with e4. But it's difficult to see this move working at any point, and black is very comfortable. It would seem to us.
I'll tell you, Torstein, the other maneuver that I didn't mention in the kind of more standard arrangement of pieces in this particular pawn structure is that when the white knight's on e2, it often, in this pawn structure to support e4, it often goes to g3, to h1, to f2. And that supports e4. And it just occurred to me that if David wanted to try and arrange that here, that's right, with rook e1, he could try knight e3 to f2, but of course now that's losing a piece. So, because of c4. So
yeah, that's interesting. So he could have, but then he would have to play it last move. Then he could, in fact, have played this move, but not with the queen on b3. And it's, it's once more an illustration of this point I always like to make, that all moves have drawbacks. Even great moves have drawbacks, and even winning moves, in fact, have drawbacks, But I suppose if you're delivering mate, you could say it doesn't really have any drawbacks. But apart from that, apart from that, there's always and the queen is on b3, and it's better placed there because it's more centrally positioned and it opens up for the pawn. But still, there are also disadvantages in the potential for a pawn advance now, winning an important tempo, and perhaps even pinning something if the knight returns.
Yeah.
But now Nils is thinking again, and they are a bit slow for this time control, aren't they? Because it is only 90 minutes for 40 moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we saw in yesterday's game, David was down to seconds on the clock with, he didn't even reach 40 moves yesterday. So I'm a bit surprised. For now, we don't have the same attacking type of position like Nils had yesterday. So I won't be too worried about David's time handling yet, but you never know.
Could I ask a question about yesterday? Like knight g8 looked like a losing move, right?
Yeah.
And knight g4 was possible, wasn't it?
Yeah. So the position Malcolm is referring to was after Nils had sacrificed a minor piece for a promising attack. He took on h6 with the bishop, and then yeah, I think that was the only move to save.
You can check that out. You can check that on Chess24 by just clicking on the at the top of the board, and you'll see yesterday's game.
I mean, it was a fantastic game by Nils, a real attacking game, and and that's the problem with getting in time trouble. David would have found that move if he had 5 minutes on the clock.
Any amount of time
he had 20 seconds, or 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So he makes the move here, like we thought he would, and he doesn't take. I mean, he spent maybe 2 or 3 minutes, but not that much. And he plays the simple move. They plays the knight back then to d6, and I think he's quite satisfied now, the Swedish Grandmaster, with how this game is going, and he's equal on time, and if David doesn't do anything in particular, I think it might be some easy moves coming up for Nils now, just developing pieces and stabilizing a good position.
Let's have a look at some disaster scenarios for White. Okay, so let's play them. Torstein, could you play the move c4? So something like that would be horrible. So, for example, c takes d4. Oh, sorry, no, the other one.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It doesn't matter.
First,
back, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, queen takes knight, queen d5. Something like that is just exactly the thing that you need to avoid, and leading to a catastrophe positionally. Sorry, I've just been told I've got I've got a 4 o'clock conference call I have to go to. So, so with that absolutely awful disaster for David, and I hope it gets a little bit better than that, I will leave you. Thanks very much for having me on. I might see you later.
Yeah, we'll come back later.
Thank you, back on.
Bye.
Yes, that was not a dream scenario for David, and you know, according to the evaluation bar, it is still an equal position, but we're seeing a lot of potential trouble here for David after the last move here. 96, and time is almost equal now. Both players having 38 minutes left until the time control, and they only played 15 moves. 15 knight to d6 is the last move here.
Yeah, and I agree with the analysis, because in this position it's quite easy to find logical and good moves for black on how to improve the position, and on the other hand for white it's not so clear to even come up with a plan or to find good ways to improve. So I'm really curious to see what David is going for.
But it's also somewhat worrying for David that he spends some time now, because he did play the queen back there, and then the knight move was really expected there. Yeah. I mean, that was the plan of black to play this move, and then when you play a move like queen b3 and black just continues on his plan, then usually, you know, you would sort of whip out your move. You know, perhaps you would check it. It's not a blunder or anything, but if you once more have to start thinking about your plan and all of that, then it sort of suggests that you're not in a great place in your game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And if we consider that he also spent close to 20 minutes on queen b3, then you would have thought that he was also considering what to play after a normal move, like as you said, knight to d6. To have a follow-up ready. So yeah, I'm a bit surprised, and
not easy, but you would think, you know, that he perhaps he's once more thinking about this liquidation stuff that Malcolm was really, you know, I think he was really giving us high-class analysis on that, you know, really showing the way for white, that in a previous position, you know, trying to play this kind of game and opening up for the bishop and eliminating pawns, that this could really be effective. But perhaps now it's not so great, because this knight is in trouble perhaps, and if the knight moves, then the pawn is also in trouble.
Yeah, and as someone mentioned on chat earlier, you never want to play f4 as white, because you're giving up this very good square on e4.
So there could be a problem here, perhaps, because what if he now plays queen e8, and then the knight, it can't really move, because then this pawn is lost. And this move, as you say, Askild, and as someone noted in the chat, you know, it's terrible, because then this square is so extremely weak. So then he would really have to play this move. But then I think there's a problem here as well. You know, that he could in fact take this, and then if there is an exchange here, then at the end the queen will come in here and potentially win a pawn, right? Mm-hmm. You know, white could fight here as well, but still a pawn is a pawn, and yeah, he's made a move. The Grandmaster from England has made a move. He's played now the bishop back to e1 in this position. He did not take, and that was probably a weak move, and I suppose his played move is better. He plays the bishop back to e1, and yeah, he tries to continue with this plan mentioned by my companion with us, tries to get the bishop into play in a better position. But I think, you know, even in that kind of setup, I'm not sure how dangerous it is, because the setup by black is also quite good in that respect. He has the possibility of playing the knight there, and then he will be able to get rid of this pin, I think. So you know, he's not able to hold this pin, but Nils plays a move very swiftly now. he plays almost immediately plays the pawn to c4. So that's okay. He's trying also to get ahead on time. Perhaps it's equal on time. And now he's starting this this play here with on the queen side, and he has very good control over the most typical counter attack by white, which is to play e3 to e4. So that's very difficult to achieve now for white. And then he's just moving on with his plan to advance the pawns here on the left, perhaps supported by the rooks also, the queen also, and really the question is what the white will now play to try to counteract this this queenside play by white.
Yeah, I mean it's not easy to see what to play here. Do you ever, Torstein, want to? I mean, okay, let's say Queen C2 or yeah, and then for example B5, just to make a move. But do you ever want to give up your bishop to take the knight on F6 just to solve some problems, and then possibly try and play E4?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if you're able to get in this move, and perhaps you would sort of just give it up, and I think so. I think so, Askild, if you're able to get this move. But I do also think, like Malcolm said, that it's a bit unfortunate that this knight is here also with that plan, because if it wasn't, then you could advance to E5 after you play E4, and then also follow up perhaps with the F pawn. But the knight is not so great there. On the other hand, with the knight, with the queen here, this move is quite strong, because now it's not possible to play the knight to F5 anymore. And then this pin might be a serious problem, in fact, for Nisse here, as we say, for Nils in Sweden. And as I have been a Swedish citizen earlier in my life, I can also comment on the Swedish side of this. So Nisse is now in some trouble here, in fact, because like you mentioned this plan earlier, Askild, with the knight coming back also, and really hammering away on this pinned knight, and I don't think the queen can it would be very risky to allow also this kind of exchange with a very open king and a strong attack for white. So after this move, Queen C2, I think he will have to be a bit careful, and then instead of playing the pawn there, I think he will have to step out of the pin. So perhaps move the queen somewhere first. Queen C7 perhaps, and that's a more solid option, because then after the bishop comes out, he can just move it, I suppose. Can just move the knight somewhere. And but then of course he could once more try for this play with E4, and I suppose this is the kind of play we can expect now in this game, where there will be a real fight now with white trying to push through in the center, and white. Nils now with black, he's really saying that my advance here on the queen side will be very fast, and your counter attack on in the center or on the king side, it won't matter, because I'm faster here in this position. But it really remains to be seen. I mean, the computer evaluation is still equal, and if this doesn't work out for black, I mean, this is certainly a move that will be criticized, this last move, because then you will say wasn't necessary to release the tension like black did there. He could keep the tension in this kind of position and improve pieces, with the queen, with the rook, and so on. But he's going for this race now, where he starts with the pawn and then wants to advance with the pawns. But white is not without chances, perhaps in the counter attack. Moving the bishop out, or also potentially, of course, trying this move of Malcolm's to play the pawn to g4, perhaps moving the king into the corner, trying to get the rooks in the g file, and then trying to get some hungry eyes on the black king.
Yeah, and throughout this match, I mean, we had so many interesting games, and also at some different critical moments in those games, we've discussed the importance of pawn moves, because c4 is a very committal move, because obviously pawns cannot go backwards. So now he's kind of saying, okay, I'm trusting myself. I'm going for this setup and this plan. But now after that move, I feel it helps David a little bit as well, because now he can start focusing on the king side, because now the center is a bit closed, and he can allow black to make some advances on the queen side, because he will either open up in the center or go for some attacking moves like d4, as you just showed us.
Yeah, and it's not clear to me, you know, how dangerous is this attack. I mean, it's always great to move forward with your pawns, and you know it's great in the end game, and it's great in general. But then again, you know, it's not like black will get a new queen without a fight. I mean, there are defenders here. There's lots of pieces also defending against this, and currently also the bishop is doing a good job of defending against a black attack here. But as you say, you know, Nils made a practical decision, perhaps instead of having a complex situation. He thinks that with almost or just a bit more than 30 minutes on the clock, he makes a decision to go for a race there. And you know, it could go either way, but at least it gets David to think for some time now. And David down to under half an hour. Perhaps a bit surprising once more that, you know, you would think that, you know, just move your queen somewhere. I mean, to my mind, I mean, perhaps it's an overly practical point of view. But, you know, is it worth 5-10 minutes to consider, you know, where to move your queen? Shouldn't you just get on with it? You know, there will be many difficult decisions in this game going forward. So is it really worth investing that much time in one single queen move?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I think just looking at the position, queen c2 looks very logical, because you cover f5 square, you also target the e4 square, and now you can finally try and get the bishop into the game, and then slowly build up some more tension in the center, or try and go for this idea Malcolm presented with g4. So I'm also very surprised, and it was very interesting because yesterday I was joined by Ukrainian Grandmaster Mikhailo Alexenko, and he said he had a very mathematical approach to time trouble. So he would figure out the number of moves he had to make, including increment, and then he was saying, okay, I have this much time. I can only spend 1 minute per move until I reach the time control, and it's not that critical yet, but at some point, David cannot spend, you know, 8-10 minutes per move. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it's always difficult with this increment that we have, you know, to take. How do we consider time trouble when we have half a minute every move? So because you do see examples where the top players are really able to play almost perfectly on this half minute. But then again, of course, you see that players who are down on time, they make really huge blunders also. So it's a bit difficult, but I'm just thinking, you know, so many minutes now spent on this last move, and this is the position after c4, hitting the queen. Where is the queen to go? Sure, it can go many places. You know, it can go to b4 or a4 and in fact, he makes the move finally. He plays queen to b4 now, 17 queen to b4. And it's also surprising to me because this queen will be under attack by a5 later on, and this would seem to win another tempo for black. And in fact, it would seem that black could make this move immediately. I mean, why not? And then I suppose, you know, White's point of view would be that it's really a disadvantage to have this move, which is very surprising to me. I mean, when you play queen b2, you could have played queen b2 immediately after c4. So if you're first going to b4 and then you're going back, you're really saying, you know, that this is unfortunate for black to have this move included here. And well, okay, it's an interesting point, but is it really so? I mean, perhaps you could try to block this pawn, but then again, once black is able to then play b5, this will be a really strong passed pawn, you know, and the advantage here for black would seem quite clear to me. So yeah, once more surprising, but then again, you know, still the computer, as always, is very calm and does not like excited humans, always trying to find some chances and advantages and so on. And the computer is very calm and says, okay, that's also a fine move. It's very strange, you know. Before we had the computers, we would never have thought that games were so equal. I mean, it's just incredible, you know, and we're thinking, you know, okay, that was probably not the best move, and that was well, it's swinging for wide to wide side and back and so on, but you know, the computer is just, but also, of course, it says a lot about the players, because obviously at a more normal level, you're not going to see this kind of a evaluation bar that is just, you know, absolutely at the middle of the evaluation there all the time. It's 0-0 or close to it. But at the top level, and I think, you know, one of the world championship matches with Magnus, I think the entire match, the entire 12 games, I mean, close to it, they were at 0-0, and I think it was you know, Magnus versus Fabiano. It was just you know, incredible, and the level of play there was just stunning, you know, and you know, some people will say it's not great for an audience with all these draws and so on, but in fact it's not so clear to me. You know, the tension builds game after game, and you know, even with these 12 draws in Norwegian TV, we had a lot of interest, you know, okay, will this finally be the moment that someone breaks through? And if not, of course, we are coming closer to the final tiebreak day by day. So I don't think, sometimes I feel like this draw issue is a bit exaggerated. I mean, for sure, if it's short draws, boring draws, people just taking draws, I mean, it's a bit silly, this thing we have in chess with the possibility of suddenly, you know, proposing a draw. I mean, there's no sport where you can suddenly just say to your opponent, okay, that's enough for today. Yep. You know, it's why do we have this? And it's a bit strange. But I mean, in general, if you have these fighting draws, great games, great players, I mean, I do feel that the public, also non-expert, accept that, you know, these are two magnificent chess players, and sure, they were of equal strength, and we will accept that it's a draw once more. But finally, we will have a winner, you know, in a match, we will finally have a decisive outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, imagine in football after 30 minutes, it's 0-0. We agree to end the game now. And yeah, and in 2018, it's hard to criticize the two players because they played, I guess, almost perfect chess in almost every game. So as you said, what more can you actually ask for from a world championship match? You had the two best players in the world, and they were playing at an incredible level. And we'll come back more to that, Torstein, soon. But let's have a quick break, I think, while Nils is having a think, and join us in a few minutes' time to catch up on this very exciting position.
A never-before-seen gourmet concept shaped over millions of years, featuring 100% natural ingredients and 4 Michelin-starred chefs. So put on your best clothes, shine your shoes, and get ready, because you're going to Sweden. The biggest gourmet restaurant in the world. That's right. We have turned our whole country into a restaurant. You see, here in Sweden, fine dining is just around the corner, in our nature, and everyone is invited. Together with our star chefs, we have composed a do-it-yourself menu from ingredients that you can forage in our forests, fields, and lakes. To make it easier for you to experience what our nature has to offer, we have placed tables and cooking kits in a few pretty nice spots around the country. Reserve your seat at visitsweden.com. If it's fully booked, don't worry. There's another 100 million acres of fine do-it-yourself dining available for you. Always close, always open. Simple, healthy, and delicious. Welcome to Sweden, the edible country.
I moved away from the city 13 years ago. I worked as a journalist, I studied in university, but there was a sense of longing towards something a bit more real, where I could actually create things and be much closer to nature. I'm a vegan farmer. That's a bit unusual, but that's what I am. It's a long story. I used to be one of those people that thought that veganism is impossible, very deeply entrenched in like the small-scale animal farming community. You know, I was a leading proponent for keeping pigs and doing animal husbandry, but with a human touch. Well, as our business grew, our farm expanded and our shop started selling more and more meat and eggs and milk. It felt less as I was doing something good for the animals and more as I was just showing a happy face for any kind of animal product consumption. It felt like I was a poster boy for the animal industry in itself. So that didn't feel so good, to be honest. So we're picking for the bags, and it's 15 bags. It makes about 3 kilos, just a little bit extra to be sure. I came across veganism on YouTube, actually, and a lot of the things they were saying started to make a lot of sense. The first year or so was really difficult. I made a lot of enemies, unfortunately, because most of my friends were also farmers with animals on their farm. And when I started posting on Facebook that I was a vegan and I was against killing animals and all that stuff, and that wasn't too popular with my farmer friends. There were just so many questions also that we had to answer. What are you going to eat instead? It's not easy to make a dietary change, but it's even more difficult to make a change on a farm. Our whole infrastructure, everything we had on the farm was based around animals. We sold the animals, took down all the fencing, we tore down the animal houses. And if you don't have animals, you still have to produce something on your farm, obviously, and we put a lot of effort into growing different beans and legumes. There's enormous potential in switching from animal agriculture into vegan agriculture, purely from an efficiency viewpoint. You know, if you grow 1 hectare of beans and compare that to 1 hectare of grass for sheep, you will find that the beans produce, I think it's up to 10 times as many calories on the same amount of land. Animals aren't a very efficient way often to produce food. You know, your food kind of takes an extra way through the animal. You know, you grow grains, you give them to the animal, and then you eat the animal. You lose a lot on the way. Instead, if you grow grains and make that into a product that's eaten directly by humans, you're just taking a shortcut and being more efficient also. We're approaching 9 billion people here on the planet. We need to be more efficient with the land we already have. And I think going into vegan farming, that will be one of the most important steps we can take. I still have friends who have animals. I don't mind that. There's many places that are not suitable for vegan farming. You can only grow grass there. This is one of them. It's a beautiful place. There's no one model that fits everybody. Different farms have different possibilities, and you have to adapt to the way your farm is. And this is a beautiful place where animals graze. I like that also. But there should be alternatives. We're not bound by tradition anymore. You can just, instead of doing like your parents or your neighbors do, Google your way and just find, some guy in New Zealand who's doing a thing and copy that guy instead.
Off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh.
Welcome back to Game 8 of this special challenge match between David Howell and Nils Grandelius. We have a very interesting position out of the opening. David has now been moving around with the queen last few moves and kind of inviting Nils to go for some play on the queen side. And I'm joined by international master Torstein. And Torstein, what are your thoughts?
Like you said, we were a bit surprised, to say the least, of these maneuvers, because after this pawn move from Nils, we were expecting David to go back with the queen in a normal way, you could say, but instead he plays the queen to b4. Instead of this move, he plays the queen to b4. And then, in fact, he invites the pawn to come up, and that would seem to be the plan of black anyway. So it's very surprising. And the pawn attacks the queen with tempo, winning a move, you could say. And then David returns to b1 instead. So for some reason, he would like to be on b1 instead of c2. Which is also surprising to me because, after all, normally it would seem better to be on c2 and you can go to f2. You can get the rook here instead of having the queen there. But it's a very interesting setup David is choosing. And now new move from Nils. After quite a bit of thought, he plays the knight back now to e8. Okay, that's also interesting, because now for the first time I think there is also the option now, in fact, of playing the pawn to e4. I mean, the knight there was protecting this square, doing a very important job, but now this is in fact a possibility for white to play the pawn here. But then of course he would have to consider, what if black takes this pawn and then returns with the knight? What's going on then in this this position? Well, that's not so easy to say, is it? What is in fact going on here? And perhaps even this move is one thing to consider, because if he takes back with the queen, there is this fork with the knight. So lots of things to consider here now for David as he thinks on his next move. And this is of course the move he likes to achieve here, because if he got this kind of a setup and there's no problem with this pawn in the middle, then he would really have the perfect setup in the middle there, and these pawns can later on advance, and this is a passed pawn also, and this could be a strong attacking position for white. So I think the big question is he able to do this, or is Nils then able to go to the attack directly, and that this will be difficult now for white? But perhaps he can just defend this pawn also, go with the rook, and yeah, I'm really surprised by this last move also by Nils, because I sort of felt that the knight there was doing a good job. But I suppose he was also thinking about the threat of white to go with the bishop to h4, creating an unpleasant pin. So, but I was expecting the queen to move, perhaps to c7, but he placed the knight immediately then to e8 in move 18, and only 22 minutes left for Nils now on 22 moves remaining, but he will get half a minute extra per move, of course.
Yeah, but it's definitely heating up this position, and I'm not surprised if we will actually see both players having some sort of time trouble later on in the game. I'm also a bit surprised because obviously the pin with bishop to h4 was I think it was a threat. It was at least unpleasant for black to defend. And yeah, a move like queen c7 makes a lot of sense. And now I was thinking, after e4 and you take, and if you bring the knight back, I don't know if it's working, but can you then go back, or can it then go with the bishop and sacrifice the pawn? I don't know if it's working. Maybe not, but it looks
that's very sharp, and of course that's the position you would like to have an hour to think, and not thinking that, okay, I should really make my moves in 4 minutes now because I'm short of time. But as you say, that's really an interesting option. And then I suppose you would go for further moves to exploit this pin and really try to open up against the black king here. And then, of course, you could also have this kind of a counter attack here, and play becomes very sharp here, because white can take this with the bishop. And then what? I mean, you couldn't really take the queen, could you? Because then white will end up with an extra piece here, I think.
Yeah.
So that's not possible. And taking here, that seems extremely dangerous. Perhaps you can just play the queen here, and then you will this will be checkmate, I think, somehow. But then, in this position, you will really have to find some brilliant move here, and it might exist, but yeah, I mean, perhaps you have some great move, but it seems very dangerous for black. So that's a great idea, Askild, to just advance the middle and then perhaps meet this. But then again, there seems to be many options here, because this also is an option. So I'm very surprised if this is the plan of Nils, to invite white to advance in the middle with this pawn, and then to return and sort of set up all these attacking ideas for David. That seems That seems almost crazy to do. So perhaps he has some other plan after e4 instead of taking. But it's really not easy to see what will be that other plan here. Because.
And maybe ideally you want to go to c7 with the knight now just to defend, but now the problem is white can maybe take on b6, and the pawn is not defended anymore. So this is just good for white probably.
That's right. Also, that's a problem. Also, that sort of says that this move is not so great because the knight can't easily continue to c7 either. So. Yeah, I mean, but David now thinking for a long time, and he must be considering then what happens if the knight returns, and he really tries to calculate now what happens. But it would seem, that even if he's not able to calculate your line there, Askild, with the bishop here, he would seem to have the safe option of playing the rook also. And that's a very useful method used by many top players, that or players at a high level, that you don't have to calculate everything if you have some sort of a method of having at least equal play that you are sure of. Then you can just okay, we'll reach this point here, and then when we get to this point, I will make the decision. It's easier to calculate when you get to that point, and then I will make the decision. Should I take this knight? Should I play the bishop out there and make the pin? Or should I just play the safe move and play the rook to f4? So that would be my sort of expectation of David here also, that he sort of makes these moves, and then we reach this position. But then, of course, he shouldn't spend many minutes now on this position. Then he would preferably, make some fast moves and just get to this position, and then he could spend, 5 or 10 minutes calculating in this position. But it seems like he's trying to do it already here in the current position, and he's thinking now of this option. And of course, it's not the only move. I mean, there are other moves. This move is possible. A4. Yep. I mean, why not? And once more, we will see that it's not possible for him to play the knight here, and then he will lose the pawn once more. So I mean, this is also possible, and of course he could then try to get rid of this knight, but I'm not sure that it achieves that much, and the king's position will also be more open. Okay, so he finally decides on this move, the A pawn. That's the chosen move of the British Grandmaster here. He plays the move A2 to A4. And I suppose he's thinking that he can save this move for later. I mean, he thinks he will be able to do this a bit later, and then he can stop the advance of black first, and then somewhat later he will, I think, continue playing E3, E4, and then get the advantage in the center.
Yeah, I was just a little bit surprised, because for me it seemed like a great opportunity now for David to actually make a quite active move with e4 and finally getting the chance to take control in the center. But obviously a4 is also a very strong move, targeting the square on b5, and maybe for example after f6 now his idea is to bring the knight to g4 and possibly back to f2, like Malcolm suggested, to keep an extra defender of the e4 square. So yeah, join us, Malcolm.
Yeah, and it's strange also, because we were saying that okay, he could play a4, but then black would just respond with playing queen c7 and the rook to b8 and push b5. But now with the knight here on e8, it's more clumsy. I mean, the knight is really not well placed there on e8, and yeah, it's a very strange decision, I think, by Nils Grandelius to play the knight back there.
There were two strange decisions. The first one was David's decision to let Nils play b5, and then Nils's even stranger decision not to play it. Because when I saw that white could go a4, I thought, wow, happy days. Like positionally now, this is great again. I mean, you're right. I mean, the knight is clumsy, but also the loss of time is like really serious. I mean, and also we're going to get this very happy move that I've been talking about all afternoon. Rook a2. It's going to come at some point.
Great
I mean,
idea.
I mean, I just don't think this b5 is a positional threat because e4 is quicker. So not only does knight e8 allow e4 to happen, it's it's lost a tempo. There's no real benefit of kicking that knight out of e5. It wasn't doing anything. Like I said before, I wanted it on g3 or f2 anyway. So I think David will be very happy with this. This is the first time in the game he's had a position, I would say.
Yeah. It's really made a great. I mean, we were very happy with the black position here, but it's changed so rapidly here after just a few moves there, and he plays the pawn move now, kicking the knight back. But it's no problem for David. He just returns to g4, and potentially the knight could be even better placed at f2, like Askild commented here. Facilitating for a strong push in the center with e4, and this could turn out really great for white. And it's difficult to see now how Nils in fact will avoid this pawn push from white in the center. And and finally also the computer is saying that white is actually getting somewhere now.
Yeah, I mean what Black can do is go f5 if he really wants to, but it's not really a move he wants to make, because then the knight is on e5 forever. The other little thing was, Torstein, that maybe what white will also be able to do is, before he goes knight f2, he'll be able to slip the bishop out to g3 now, because knight f5 isn't possible. So this is also just another slightly annoying thing. And when the bishop, because I thought that actually Nils intended knight e8 to c7 and then b5, but of course that will be more complicated now. Because
and he will you have to make sure that the pawn isn't lost on the way. So that's also why
exactly
why this plan with knight e8 it doesn't look great at all.
And maybe now, at least in this position, maybe we should credit David, because now it's a difference having the queen on c2 compared to b1 because of the threat of taking on b6.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously David couldn't see Nils playing knight e8, but at least in this position, it makes a lot of sense to have the queen on b1.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right, Askild. I mean, it's sort of wizardry here from David Howell. I mean, this sequence here, it's stunning if this is the way to really outsmart the very strong Swedish Grandmaster Nils Grandelius. I mean, I'm sure Nils was also like we were expecting, the queen to return somewhere, but instead David plays this queen move, queen to b4, and really asking for black to kick the queen, and it would seem to be the plan of black to advance these pawns, and then he's saying, okay, in fact, it's good for me that you are able to play this, or that you have this move inserted into the position, and I just return to b1, and then I have this threat coming out to h4, so you're not able to advance with the b pawn now. And but I do think there were better options here, and moving the queen is a better option. But when you play this move, then of course I am in time to stop you here, and then I've really achieved a lot, because I have stopped you. I have a good positional situation on the queen side, and finally white is also ready to advance here. And this move, I don't think it achieves anything. It's I wouldn't say it's desperate, but it's a sort of move that you make when you're really out of a plan, and you just have to make a move, and the knight returns, and it's in a good position to support the e4 advance also. And we see that Nils now is spending a lot of time, and he's down to 16 minutes, and he still has 21 moves left to the time control. So well, it's not looking great at the Swedish embassy in London for the Swedes today.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like David is has a much more comfortable position compared to a few moves ago, at least. And look at the clock situation as well. Nils is actually down on the clock. And
I have to watch David at close quarters when I'm the England team captain, and I'm having like kind of cognitive dissonance here. Like it's just the sight of David having more time than his opponent.
But I mean, could he perhaps try to go for the break? I mean, he has to go get somewhere. So could he try for something like this?
Or rook b8, yeah. Yeah, he definitely could. I think though that positionally he might start getting into a little bit of trouble. So let's play some. Yeah. Can we start maybe with e4? Maybe.
Yeah, it's a normal move, and then I suppose.
Torstein, I've got to say that there's one square that's absolutely sensational for white if he ever gets his knight there in this structure, and it's e3.
Yeah.
If he ever gets his knight to e3, it is just a fantastic piece. It's going to f5, d5, it's hitting c4. It's just like perfection if you can get it. So this would feel really nice.
I think you're coming up with new squares for the knight all the time, Malcolm. I think you started with e2 and g3, and I'm sure we were talking about f5, and now we're back to e3. So it's all about the knight here, the white knight, Malcolm.
I've been playing.
Wow, and Nils has played b5, so we might actually match that position.
And of course, that's at least 1 point, of the f6 move, because if the knight was still on e5 now in this kind of position, it would go to d7 and make a fork. So I suppose that's why he inserted this move, and then he can play the queen out and perhaps, in that kind of situation, try to get some sort of, exchange. Perhaps that would be great if he was able to do that. But of course, like you say, Malcolm, he could then play the knight back, perhaps, and.
A funny idea. It's a funny sort of echo of the previous lines. If you can go back 1 or 2 moves to queen b6, maybe. There's another possibility. Oh, it loses a piece. What a shame. All right, then maybe we can do it another way. I wanted to play rook f2, but it loses the knight to h5. But what we could do maybe is play the wonderful rook a2 instead. We've been desperate to play for about 3 hours. No, it's also maybe.
If I play you at one point, Malcolm, I will know what your plan is. It's rook a2. Any position, it will be rook a2.
There was a regular tournament at London University Chess Club in the early 1980s, in which the objective was to play in algebraic notation R2 D2. Yeah, so it's kind of a long tradition. Yeah.
Okay.
Now maybe not rook a2. I wonder what might's best move. Maybe just bishop g3 instead of rook a2. Just improve a piece, maybe.
But I think this was well played by Nils, though. I mean, he's getting some counterplay now, and it looked very. I mean, if he hadn't done this, it would be very passive and difficult for black. But now once more, I know he also gets the passed pawn here. And it's not like it's going to be a queen immediately, but still it's a passed pawn, and it's something. But it's a question now how to continue here for David, who's also thinking now.
I think the pawn could become weak, actually, the a pawn.
I'm always very optimistic, Malcolm, so I seldom see a weakness. I prefer much to see the strengths of pieces and pawns. So to me, this is only 4 squares away from being a new queen.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you've got a knight on b5 and a pawn on a3, that would be a very nice arrangement, of course.
Yeah, it could be. But of course, I mean, he could block it. He could even play this move, I suppose, and start some sort of blocking operation. And then, though he shouldn't, of course, lose his knight, so he'll be careful. But he could also come with this rook.
He'll go bishop g3 and rook a1 or b1.
Right.
Not well coordinated for white suddenly, actually.
So that's a kind of a setup that's possible, and then perhaps later on he will then try to get e4 in. So perhaps that's one way of playing this. He's thinking again for a long time. I mean, Well, then again, they are great players, of course. But I mean, sometimes you feel that it's you sort of should be practical and just get on with it and make a move, and you should just take the pawn. And is it really worth it once more to spend 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes on this move? And perhaps you'll find something else than a takes b5, but perhaps not. You know, the time should mean something later on when they're really down to minutes here, and they will be when they have only 15 minutes left now for 20 moves. I mean, there will be real time trouble coming up here now in the next half hour or hour of this game.
Yeah,
he's thinking, and of course perhaps he could go e4 immediately.
Oh, true.
I mean, he doesn't have to take this pawn. He could go there.
I mean, if e4 is not a threat, then you don't need to take it, because you're perfectly happy for black to take on a4.
But I guess another point with b5 is that you now can play knight c7 in some variations, right? And
Sure.
if you
Support
now,
it, yeah.
and also support the d5, but maybe not in this.
It's a good point. It's a good point, and then you know we would have to ask, well, should he continue there with the pawn and play e5?
Probably go knight e3 actually.
What do you say, Macon?
Knight to e3 perhaps.
Yeah, knight to e3.
And I just want to go bishop g3 and ab and make the whole thing fall apart if I can.
Looks a bit loose for black.
Yeah.
The pawns on d5.
If I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop is sort of a key piece here also.
Yeah.
I mean, if white is able to get the bishop really going here, then it will be difficult for Nils. But you know, so far the bishop hasn't done much, but it can really enter the play at some point with a huge effect.
Yeah, but Malcolm has a good point actually. b4 might also be a move here because at least you get it's
very risky stuff. I mean, because you can't take with or at least you'd be uncomfortable taking with the bishop on b4. Take as a rook b8, and it's very difficult to get out of that. But I don't know. It's you know the computer will probably just kneel it and laugh. But
seems risky. You're thinking of this, but he can take with the queen also, right?
Yeah, then I'm going to take on e4. I mean, it's all very fishy.
Oh yeah, right. You have this threat.
c4 goes. I think the problem might actually just be a simple bishop g3. Actually, it just looks a little intermezzo. It seems to ruin everything. Yeah, that just ruins it.
Just like you say, and now this pawn is also strong. I think even you would agree with me on this passed pawn, Macon.
That particular baby I like. Yeah.
So that's nice, and but he's thinking for a long time now, David Howell. I mean, he's down to 13 minutes. I mean, I think he's been thinking 5, 6, 7 minutes for this one single move, and he still has 20 moves to make. So I mean, he really has to increase his speed now going forward. But we can see why he's thinking, because there are 2 tempting moves. I mean, both these moves are quite tempting.
Yes. I agree.
But I have to ask you, Malcolm, because you have been the team manager for the England team, and watching David play in team events, how's that experience when he's always low on time?
It's horrific.
I can imagine.
But I mean, to be fair, we're used to it, and also I have to say the European Team Championship actually just recently was more quicker than normal. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a move. He does take the pawn on b5. And then, of course, one could ask, was it worth that many minutes? You know, it's a move that could be played instantly, this move, a takes b5. And Nils, he doesn't play the queen out. He plays the rook to b8, and he does it immediately and puts pressure on David on the clock now. And, of course, hopes that David will once more spend 4 or 5 minutes, perhaps. But now the question is, of course, if David now could continue with the pawn in the center, it would seem possible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sure, Nils could then take this and he would win a tempo by attacking the queen, but the queen would. But he doesn't play it. He plays the queen to. The bishop to g3.
Yeah, that was what I wanted to play. This is the logical arrangement. The bishop on g3, knight on f2, queen on c2, and then off we go.
And then e4. Finally, then e4.
Yeah, this feels very harmonious, Torstein. Very harmonious to me, anyway.
Yeah, it's very harmonious, but perhaps, you know, yeah, perhaps he could try to for some counterplay. I mean, he has the option now of going into the white position and then trying to disturb white from this perfect setup.
Sure.
And he will have to do something, because I think if he doesn't do anything, then for sure white will have a big advantage if he's able to just organize his pieces perfectly and then push e4. Then things will really be not so great for Sweden.
Nils will have to invest the tempo in knight c7 though. I mean, he's got to connect the rooks, you know. Otherwise, he's always going to lose any little skirmish, if I could call it that, on the queen side, because he just won't have enough pieces there.
But maybe Nils can play rook f7 and then try.
That's another way of doing it. Yeah, that keeps the knight defended. Yeah, that's cute. That's cute. Rook f7. Also,
yeah, that's also a possibility here. In this position,
you don't take a d file on d8 and you keep out of the way of the bishop.
Yeah.
So that's very cute. Yeah.
But then again, I mean, he could come with e4 now, right?
Sure, absolutely.
And now I was just thinking, you know, with this rook here, it's not possible, perhaps. But if the rook wasn't there, could he perhaps meet e4 with f5?
Ooh.
I mean, because then perhaps he would well, I wouldn't say, but I mean, if he was able to resolve this position here in the center, I mean, it's a bit risky. And I'm seeing you're not thinking it's so great, Malcolm.
I'm a bit nervous about the black king, actually. It's possibly just exposing the king a little bit. But,
I mean, it's not working there, but say that he played the rook down in some way instead. I mean, and then e4, and then if you could try this counter attack. Wow. I mean, just to try to, yeah, I don't know. But as you say, of course, the king is somewhat weak. But if white was taking this, that would be a great achievement for black, right?
I'm not so sure, funnily enough.
So you would just be happy with playing your knight into or something here?
I don't know. I think I might just go rook e1, actually. I think I would. I mean, yeah. I mean, bishop e5, absolutely, it's a move. But I'd be quite relaxed about this as well. Just feels like I'm just generally much more active. I mean, both my rooks feel, I don't know.
King is weak and the rooks are well placed.
Yeah, you know, rooks coming into e5 and knights coming into e3 and d5 is under a little pressure. I mean,
bishop is strong also. Perhaps black would need to eliminate this this strong bishop, but even that doesn't really solve everything. I mean, yeah, there's also still this strong square, and the pawn is protecting this square, so there's no counter attack. And he played queen c2 is the last move here in the position. 23, queen c2. So David now with 17 moves left, and Nils 18 moves left on these 12 minutes. Yeah, I think he needs to get some counter attack going here. Then I mean, perhaps he should go for this kind of counter play then, with the knight coming to b5 and just, you know, going for this pawn.
I like that. Give the guy something to think about, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and especially with so little time left, it's not so easy to face that kind of nuisance.
I mean, how do you defend c3? Do you have to go back with the...
You know, the funny thing is, if you do it immediately, like Torstein says, you don't give me time to go knight e4, knight e3, and knight to d5.
Mm-hmm.
If you do what Torstein says now and do it quickly, there's no time for me to defend it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's an argument, isn't it, in favor of doing it now?
But I mean, you could return, like Askild says. I mean, it's not a major problem, perhaps. You just return. It's a temporary.
Knight e3, right? So yeah, maybe it's
Then knight e3 is a problem, actually.
Big problem.
If you can't go knight c7, maybe because a5 might be weak.
Yeah.
Even this, and then, as you say, probably you have to get the knight into play somehow. Perhaps here, then, if you're protecting this and being a bit prophylactic against knight e3.
But maybe a5 goes if you do that, you know.
Oh yeah, right. The pawn is also hanging. So yeah, so serious Some serious problems for Nils now after we thought he had a great start to the game, and then suddenly around move 15 or so, I think this whole operation with the queen dance, they really turned things around for David, you know, surprising the opponent there with queen b4 and then queen b1 and then a4, and he had this very strong sequence of moves there, 4 or 5 moves, I think, that really gives him the chance now to go for a win and take the lead with only 2 games left in this match. This is a friendly match, and how come they're playing in London, Malcolm? It's a bit unusual with this kind of a 10-game classical friendly match.
Yeah, well, I mean, I raised the money for the match from a sponsor, and it was what the sponsor wanted. He wanted classical chess. I said, "Do you want classical chess? I will give you classical chess." And we're organising it here in London just because it's where the chess shop is and my office, and you know it's convenient. But actually, the whole thing with the Swedish embassy is just an incredible coincidence, which was that when we were running the London Chess Classic, I already had the money for the match, and we were running the London Chess Classic on a fairly low level last year in December because of COVID mainly. So we had a much smaller venue. But the venue was over the road from the Swedish embassy, and I remember just walking to the venue one time a different way and seeing a Swedish flag, and I thought, wow, okay. So I contacted them through Twitter and invited them to come, and the cultural attaché came, and then it turned out that the ambassador's son was really keen on chess, and so was her father, and they were hanging around in the London Chess Classic playing a game. And so I said, well, you know what, if you like it so much, why don't you have the match?
Wow.
So that's why we have a Swedish player, or was the Swedish player there because of the sponsor?
Before, like the sponsor said to me, I want interesting classical chess with a conflict of styles, and an English player. So I thought David against Nils was a classic, sort of evenly matched, but very different styles.
Yeah.
So that's how we got this.
That's very nice, and then you had the Swedish embassy as a bonus with a Swedish player also.
Yeah.
So that's
just a coincidence, an incredible coincidence. I just saw the Swedish flag and I thought, goodness me, they're over the road. Okay, let's go and say hello.
That's great. That's great, and yeah, you really done wonderful work, Malcolm, on so many things in the UK and with the London Chess Classic and many other things. So you know. Those things are incredibly important to the chess world and the chess community.
They are. I mean, if you didn't have Norway chess once a year, you'd really miss it, right?
Yeah.
I think we feel the same about the London Chess Classic. You know?
I guess it will be a different type of event this year, hopefully, without that many COVID restrictions.
I hope it'll be back to normal, all being well, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have another move here. We have the queen, 9 minutes left for Nils only when he plays the queen to e7, and it seems like he will try to stop David from going e4, or he will at least make it harder for David to achieve this push in the center. I mean, he could no doubt play the rook, right?
Yeah, blitz out rook e1.
You know,
and there's no way actually. I mean, you can play f5, but that's
Torstein. Now the queen is not on covering a5, which means he can't go rook b3 anymore.
Yeah.
So
that's another very good point.
Yeah, I mean, I think just rook e1 quickly.
Yeah, I think David is suddenly a lot better after this move.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, well, we do like these quick moves, you know, but the players are not really listening to us here, are they? I mean, they are quite fond of thinking, these guys. But he does play it. Yeah, okay.
I love that idea. All it needs is for Torstein to say they're not listening to us, and he moves on.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm late for 5 o'clock.
Thanks for
having me on again. Hopefully come back. Yeah.
See you later.
That's great.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess.
Very swiftly here, he plays the queen to b7, and then he hopes to enter the white position with the rook here, coming to b2. So that's a plan, but he has this problem now also of the knight on e8. It can't move because he has to protect the other knight as well.
I'm a bit worried for Nils because the pieces are not very well coordinated now. And as you say, if the rook moves, a5 is under attack. You can't move the knight on e8. You would love to bring the rook on f8 into the game. And it is a bit annoying, rook b2, but can we take it easy and just play rook e2 now, just to cover any...
Yeah.
And
yeah,
then
it's a very sound move. You know, these black knights, they also remind me of this this Dvoretsky concept of the superfluous piece, you know, where he says that you may have positions where you have two pieces that actually want to occupy the same square. And in particular, it goes for knights. And this could be, you know, sort of, you have two knights and they are quite, you know, strong on this particular square. The knight is strong, but in fact, you can't have both knights there. So that's why it's a superfluous piece. And that's also why it would be a really big mistake for white to eliminate one of them, you know, because then not only would you lose the bishop, you would in fact also allow black to get rid of this superfluous piece. So and I think that concept is really it's not so well known, I think, among club players also. So it's well worth noting this this concept by the great Russian trainer Dvoretsky, the concept of the superfluous piece.
Absolutely, and David played rook a2 with the same idea, and it's probably a better version than rook a2.
And of course, now Malcolm will be extremely happy with this rook a2 coming up. Yep. And I expect Malcolm will now have the champagne ready, you know, and celebrate that his former pupil in the English national team made the great rook a2 move. And as you say, it defends against rook to b2. And David now playing faster also than Nils. And Nils now only 7 minutes and some. Okay, it's not looking great now for Nils, but still the time does give him quite some chances, of course. I mean, we can't expect David to play the perfect moves with this time only 11 minutes, but Nils will have to avoid further inaccuracies here. And it's not so easy for Nils now how to continue in that position. He would like to develop this knight to get the rook into play, but he can't because then he would lose the d6 knight. So what's really... Well, he plays the rook to b3, and then the question is, should David now take the pawn on offer? He could take the pawn on e5, on a5, sorry, and then knight b5 is quite unpleasant, perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not so easy. You can't defend this now. And with the rook on e1, it's not possible to play the bishop either. Like we had this option in an earlier setup. And perhaps this was in fact the point of Nils when he played the queen to e7. I mean, it was surprising to us because it seemed that you know, it just draws the rook to e1, where it's better placed, preparing for e4. But once more we see this point that, you know, even good moves have disadvantages. And even the rook move here, there is this disadvantage that the bishop can't come back. Okay, so David doesn't take the pawn. He plays instead the rook to a1. Okay, he doubles against this rook. And of course the point has to be that he then opens up once more for the bishop to go back. So that must be it. I mean, he's planning this kind of a setup where he goes to e1, and then Nils will not be able to defend this pawn, and it seems now like white will win this pawn. In fact, I mean, it seems like David Howell now is really getting closer to a very important win here in this game, in the game 8 of 10 in this long classical match in London. It's really looking good now, Askild, for David.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And what I really admire about strong players like Nils and David and you know, the top players in the world, they also have the ability to adapt during a game. So they have one plan, perhaps trying to achieve e4, but then the position changes, and then you try to adapt And now I think David has found a very good plan with going after the a pawn, and then later in the game try and play e4, because the pawn on c4 will also be quite loose, perhaps later on. And now also with doubling on the a file, you also get this chance to bring the bishop back to e1, and then suddenly the knight on b5 is a it's a bit strange on b5. If you cannot threaten to take on c3, it just looks a bit strange to me, and you allow white to take on a5, and I think black will just be a pawn down without much counterplay. Unfortunately for Nils,
that are really great points. And my work in NRC and the Norwegian Refugee Council is also related to strategy and how we are able to achieve our strategy. Because I'm internal auditor, which is not like an external auditor doing numbers primarily. My job is about evaluating our systems and how we are able to achieve the objectives that we set for reaching more people and delivering better services and being able to secure human rights for more and more people, and at the end, of course, all people. So the flexibility in a strategy, that's really an important issue. And there are some things you can take out of chess in that are really possible to transfer to other areas. And I think, as you say, you have to have a plan, but then you also have to be flexible and adapt to a changing situation. And that's really something that the top players are very good at, always considering whether you should continue with your plan or whether you have to adapt, whether there are new possibilities also, like you say in the risk management language, you talk about the upside of risk, opportunity risk. It's not only about, considering bad things that could happen to you, but also what things lead to new opportunities. And like you say, I mean, they are stunning at this. And now we have a new move for Nils also. He plays the queen to e7. So just to add to that, this is also part of a fundraising drive for people in Ukraine suffering now in this terrible war in Ukraine, with many millions already fleeing the country, and of course many people, more people still in Ukraine in a terrible situation. So please donate if you have the chance to do it, and your donations are much appreciated and will help secure essentials for people in Ukraine, food, shelter, and really everything a human needs to survive. So queen e7 is the final move here in the game. I mean, the latest move, queen to e7, and then David can in fact just win a pawn, I think. I mean, it's possible now for him to just take the pawn on a5, and then Nils will try to defend, but it's very difficult now for Nils with a pawn down.
I think it's already a very tough position for Nils, and I think he's also looking at David and David's clock situation, because he understands that he's in a much worse position, but now he's trying to come up with some counterplay at least, and some threats, because maybe now after rook takes a5, you have h5 to try and kick away the knight, and then you go for the e3 pawn with the queen. Could be what Nils is planning, but
yeah, he's planning to go h5. Do you think here in this position?
I don't know.
I don't know either, because I mean,
or I mean,
could go there. He's looking at this pawn, but as you say, it's protected currently, and I mean, if he goes here, then the knight just returns to e5, and it's really great for white, this position. So, but he could try, as you say, to go potentially to go h5, but it's very weakening also. I mean, it's not looking great, and white is also threatening this pawn. So I suppose he could just return with this piece also, perhaps, and then he would win the pawn in the center. I mean,
it's quite complicated now, and after queen takes e3, rook takes d5, you might also take on c3. So it is quite double-edged. But now suddenly h5 is hanging as well. So And
You're right. So you would have to go with the queen somewhere, and you know,
And
you're
you're
also threatening this, I suppose.
So, yeah, it's getting very complicated, and only with minutes on the clock, it's very tough, I think, to calculate all
He
these.
does. He plays this move. He plays this move. Yeah, he goes for the tactics, and it's also, I suppose, you know, when you're in a bad situation, sometimes you have to complicate. I mean, it's not possible to defend, I think, in this position, and with so little time, I think it's a good practical decision by Nils to try to get something going, some complication, some possibility for David Howell to make a blunder here now, perhaps in the coming moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he realized that David will grind him down slowly if he do, you know, passive moves for the next few moves. And at least now he's trying to create something. But obviously, it's a very weakening move, h5. And I didn't see at first that we have the double threat of taking on d6 and h5 after. So at the end,
there are some problems there, but he's thinking now, and I mean, perhaps there are other options here as well. I mean, one possibility is to insert this move, perhaps, and then he would make a threat on the black queen. And of course, if the queen was to go somewhere, then perhaps the threat would disappear. And I don't know. Okay. It seems very dangerous to go here, right? Because then it's almost
queen d6.
Yeah, queen g6, right?
Then you have knight h, or
no, but it is protected here, so it's perhaps not that dangerous. You can just take it.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
But, are there other? I mean, it does seem like there should be something here, but I'm not sure what. But I mean, there should be. It feels like there should be some move here.
And maybe knight h6 first. That's a good
knight h6, and then the king goes here. But still, it's not entirely clear. So these are also things that David now, because of course David is now, I think, he's playing this rook move. Yeah. So I think he's looking for the direct win now. I think, you know, and the question is for Nils perhaps whether he has to play the rook back. But of course, then he loses all active options. He plays the knight back. Does not look great. I mean, in the pin there, and the knight in a terrible position there on b7. I mean, b7 is in general, I think, the worst position possible for a knight, because and even more so here, it can't go to c5, can't go to e5. There is no future at all for this piece, I would say. So he's playing this move, a knight to f2. And what's his plan? Is he planning to take this then, or what? I mean, that's perhaps possible.
That must be the plan, even though the computer doesn't like it. I mean, you have to try to complicate things a little bit, but
it looks better for David by the move here, I think. I mean, but still, there's no direct win here. But I mean, he could play the queen somewhere here, perhaps to f5 and just you know, looking hard at this pawn in the middle. I mean, that might be something.
I really like that move, Torstein. Queen f5 looks really strong, actually.
Just improving the position. Yeah, well, he does take the pawn at least. So now we'll see. But as you say, you know, now it's really great for. I mean, it's a winning position now for David Howell if he's able to find the right move, and then of course he will be in a very nice position in the match as well. He will be in the lead with only 2 games left. But still, those will be very exciting games also. So you should tune in for those games as well. But let's say if David Howell now is able to finish off Nils Grandelius, evenly matched, like Mike Malcolm said. That's why they were chosen for this match, being 2 evenly matched strong players and also of different styles. That was the demand of this wealthy sponsor that Malcolm was able to dig up in London. And now the queen comes to f5. Was the move we suggested?
Good prediction there, Torstein. And now, I mean, the big threat is to take on d5 with check, and then you take on b7. Or
it's one of those moves that is classified as simple and strong. You know, it's nothing. It's nothing special. There's no trick or anything. It's just putting your queen in a great spot, and you know, really, when this pawn is eliminated, then a lot of bad things will happen to the black position. Then this knight is of course in trouble, and this pawn is in trouble, and the king is in trouble also, because he can take this pawn later on as well. So I mean, there are very few good things to say about the black position currently, I think.
I mean, what's the expression that you have like a house of cards? So once d5 falls, whole of black's position is just slowly deteriorating. And this is a classic example of a position where your pieces are not well coordinated from the black's perspective. And then you both have tactical motives, but yeah, too many weaknesses in the position makes it easy for white now to convert his advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a really impressive game by David Howell, I think. So it will be really interesting to hear what the players are saying afterwards. Also, we felt that Nils got a good start. And then I really feel that the turning point was this very interesting maneuver with the queen there, the queen stepping forward and then back, inviting an extra pawn move from black, and then from there on, I mean, really, it's been a wonderful game for David after that. But let's see, we're not finished here, and Nils is thinking. He's down to 3 minutes now. Only 3 minutes left for Nils Grandelius, and it's still 11 more moves. I mean, he's played 29, 30 moves played for David Howell here. Game 8, he's thinking now on how to I don't think he hopes to have a defensible position, but of course he hopes to create some problems, some possibility for David now to make a major mistake, and it's possible, of course. And David only has 548 also, so you know it's possible, but it's a very, very difficult position for Nils Grandelius now.
Yeah, I mean, with the clock situation, I think you just have to continue, even though some players would want to resign this position. You just have to keep going for at least a few more moves, because David is also short on time. And yeah, you try and fight for a few more moves, and then if David finds the correct continuation, I expect to see a resignation from Nils within the next few minutes.
Yeah, I know, of course, although it is a friendly match, like we say, I mean, they are playing for rating points, and for the professional players at this level, I mean, they are really, that's what their bread and butter is, right? The rating points, that's why they are invited to Chorus, YKC, and other top tournaments. You need to have a high rating. So you know, even if it's a friendly match and you don't win any championship or anything like that, it's a serious business for these players, and David, of course, is doing a lot of commentary and so on. But I mean, in particular for Nils, who I suppose is a professional player, I mean, it's a serious business to lose a game and lose 5 more rating points than if he loses this game, and it's not looking good. It's down to 1 minute now, Nils. And he has this extra half minute, but still, I mean, he's desperate now in his search for some trick, some possibility of a mistake here for David Howell. But he's not making the move yet, Nils. He's thinking, and he's thinking. Nah, queen to f5 is the last move 30, and it was a very strong move also, simple and strong. And that's really been the success recipe for David Howell in this game. Simple moves, strong moves, you know, and also this very clever strategic point there with the queen. And he makes a move finally, but takes a pawn. But you know, he has this threat now. That's his point. You know, he's hoping for this incredible blunder now. I mean, that would be one of the bigger blunders we have seen if he was doing this, and then suddenly we see the problem with this kind of setup. I mean, then things could turn around completely, I suppose, because he would lose the knight, and then he would also lose the pawn in the center with check as well.
Yep.
So but that's really hoping for Santa Claus, to come. Yeah, I mean, if David Howell made that mistake, it would be the new national day of Sweden. But it would take something to not see this threat now with the rook. So he's thinking he has 446 David Howell, and he got the pawn at least, but he has to find just a strong move now, and of course he could start with taking this pawn with check. I mean, it's a very natural start now for David, and what to do. I mean, if he plays the king, then he would lose this pawn with check as well. So I mean, it wouldn't make things any better. I mean, could he perhaps play the rook here? But then, I mean, couldn't he just take some time to play a pawn move or something? I mean, the queen is perfectly placed, and this one now under threat from several pieces, and I'm sure he could also go here and try to win this, and this pawn is still hanging, and it would seem to be very, very safe and sound for David Howell, but it makes sense that he uses some time now just to avoid a mistake here, knowing, of course, that he is now on the way to a great win here against fellow Grandmaster, the Swedish #1, Nils Grandelius.
Yeah, and we did see queen take d5 check and rook f7. So now I expect a pawn move from David, as you showed us. Maybe h3 or h4.
Yeah, h3 maybe. I mean, why not? h3 is perhaps. I mean, this is not a problem. I mean, black could try something like this, but I mean, it feels like it's just postponing things, really, to give away pawns, and then you will have the same problems again or something like that. So he plays the pawn. He plays the pawn also. It's well played by David. He plays h4, and then he stops any nuisance with black playing h4. So that's also probably a fine move by Grandmaster Howell.
And look at black's knights. I mean, they have no squares at all to go to. I mean, it's just.
Yeah,
it's a bit sad.
Those knights are really dominated here, and it's interesting that Malcolm Payne really so early on talked about this concept of putting the pieces like this, and it really says something about knowing and opening and knowing the ideas and having experience. I mean, sure, you can calculate a lot of things and so on, but I mean, some things, if you have studied chess and played chess at a high level like Malcolm for 20, 30, 40, well, I wouldn't dare to say how old Malcolm is now, but I think he might be more than 40 even. yeah. So then something about how to put your pieces, and if you have that knowledge, then you can really use your game for checking if it's any problem with that. So and if you don't find that there's any problem with the normal positioning of pieces, then you will do it, and often it will be a great way to play. So the queen coming back here from Nils, 47 seconds only, and defending the knight desperately, you could say. And now David could also come into play with this knight, and it could even continue to c5 to try to take advantage of this pin. Well, I'm sure there are many other tempting options as well, but I mean, it does seem quite good to go here and get the attack on the rook.
Yeah, absolutely. And even after you get the knight to c5, you also maybe threaten rook e1. So there's just so many.
Yeah, right. You could even get, or you can play it immediately also probably, but you mean you could maybe, go here, and then you have this rook move, and the black position is really a mess.
Yeah.
So let's see, David, now under 3 minutes. I mean, we have seen incredible blunders even at the highest level with the players being short of time. So, you know, we're not saying it's not over till it's over. Still, there's some fight left in the Swedish Grandmaster. And you know, the Swedes had many great players. The most famous, I suppose, being Ulf Andersson, who was number 3 in the world, I think, at one point, and also in recent times also Ferdinand Hellers, who was a candidate for the World Championship. So many great Swedish player, and Nils now. I think being their top guy, right? So
yeah, I think he's been number 1 for many years now. And Malcolm is joining us once again for this very exciting finish to the game.
Yeah,
David has a great attacking position.
We were just talking, Malcolm, about placing these pieces in the perfect way, like you said, and the importance in chess of knowing that kind of a plan and you know, that you can calculate many things, but also that there are other things that, you know, based on knowledge and what are the correct setups and so on, it's really of huge value in practical play.
Yeah. Did White manage to play Rook A2 at some point in this game?
Yes. 1 minute after Rook A2. Yeah. Torstein, yes. Saying you should celebrate with some champagne in your office.
Yes, I was saying that I was sure that you were opening the champagne at that point after Rook A2.
I've been busy on calls, so I only just got to. But this looks completely crushing somehow.
Yeah,
like
looks.
The knights will never unravel, will they?
Yeah, I think it's really an impressive game by David, yeah. And the ease of this game after this strange, you could say, queen maneuver there with the queen to b4 and then to b1. I mean, it was tremendously effective by David Howell, and after that, you know, he's pretty much been in total control. But now it's down to 30 seconds, guys. I mean, is that necessary by David to go that low in this position? He could play.
I'm sure if it was a blitz game, Torstein, he'd have played knight e4 in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's such a great move, you know. And so, yeah, he does play it, but, you know, he was down to 19 seconds. I mean, and we still have quite a few moves left with 33, you know, so it's 7 moves left. And even in a great position, you can make huge mistakes with that kind of a time. So I don't see why he did it. But now Nils, of course, is also down to 20 seconds. Yeah, he plays the rook to b3, a very obvious move there. And then David, I mean, will he play the knight to c5 perhaps? Yeah, he plays the knight to c5. Why not? I mean, it's a pin. It's a threat on the rook. It's a pin on the queen. I mean, it looks quite devastating for black.
Yes.
And if rook e6, I think you have this idea rook e1. Just
rook e1. Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah. Completely over. Everything is collapsing.
Yeah. So many great moves, and Nils now with 25 seconds. Of course, is hoping to find some final resource to make it possible for David Howell to make a mistake here. I mean, that's what he's aiming for now. Something, just a trick or something, but it's not easy to see even a trick. The king is also very safe now. I mean, he can just go to h2 and there's nothing to worry about.
I mean, if you go back about 10 of, I suppose if you go back about 15 moves, this position, we were just talking about how White's rooks were going to be so much better than Black's rooks because of the way the pawn structure was.
Yeah.
And it's just clarified.
But for me as well, this knight e8 move will come back to haunt the Nils a little bit because it was in the way for the rook, and the knights were just standing.
I think it particularly come back to haunt him when the knight leaves the board with check.
Yeah, and I think we're getting very close to a resignation now. I mean, we're down to seconds for Nils Grandelius. What to do now? I mean,
It's just a piece. It's just a piece, isn't it, Torstein?
Just a piece, and are we looking at the? Yeah, I think this was the final position. I think, in fact, David Howell has won this game. He's taken the lead once more in this match in London. He's leading with two games left. So really a great effort by David, and I hope we'll get a little chat with the players afterwards also and hear their thoughts on this interesting game.
My colleagues left the building to go and collect them, so for sure they'll be back soon.
Yeah, perfect.
Great. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed commentating. It was a very interesting game. Yeah, it really was.
I mean, we've had so many interesting games, and I haven't mentioned this to Torstein yet, but White has been better in all the games.
I was saying that actually to someone else. It's been very much White in this match. I mean, Black has never looked like getting even the advantage at any point.
Oh, it's not quite true what Adorian said. Black is okay. I mean, it's not quite true after all.
Oh, and I mean, 8 straight games. That is a bit of a
unusual.
Yeah, unusual statistic.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bye.
And a great game by David. And what a feeling he must have now after losing yesterday's game. That was a brilliant game by Nils, but to strike back the day after with another fantastic game, it must really boost the confidence, and he must be very optimistic now going into the last 2 games of the match.
Yeah, I think, it was a really great game. And it's not easy after you lost to come back like that either. So, great in several respects. And I think, it was really stunning how he won so seemingly at least won so easily after this quite complex strategical opening. Then suddenly it's sort of all avenues opened up for him, and he just rolled over Nils Grandelius very impressively, and without any particular calculation or combination, he just achieved this position on the board, which is completely crushing, with all pieces in great position, and Black being totally out of sync with his pieces. So really a great effort by David Howell here.
Absolutely. And we do have a few minutes now, Torstein, before the players arrive. I just wanted to ask you a little bit, because in Norway for the last few years, you've been a household name because you have been the main chess commentator for the Norwegian Broadcasting Association, and they've had, shown all these different World Championship matches and World Rapid and Blitz. So tell us about that journey it's been almost 10 years now, I believe.
Yeah, it's just been a fantastic, really an adventure for me, and chess in Norway. We got Magnus, and of course then chess was really something completely different from before. And Magnus won, Sportsman of the Year award and so on. But still, at that point, in fact, most people didn't think that chess was something that was, you could say, available to them. I mean, they were amazed by the skill of Magnus and impressed and thought he was a genius and so on. But it was really this TV thing, I think, that sort of made it clear to people that actually chess can be interesting to me as well, and I don't have to be a genius to enjoy chess and that kind of thing. And also I think it was a great decision by the Norwegian television NRK to make a program for just average people. I mean, they could easily have said, let's do this for people who are interested in chess. I mean, it's not possible to do it for anyone else, but they really chose to do it for a general audience. And of course, the results were just staggering, and in the 2016 World Championship match against Sergei Karyakin, I think in the tiebreak we had more than 1 million viewers. Wow. And Norway is also a small country. We're only 5 million people. So if you have that kind of viewership or percentage, you can just imagine what it would be like in the UK or in Germany or something like that. So, but it's just I think people are are fascinated by this ancient game, you know, where everything is in the open. I mean, there are no secrets on the board. We can see everything, and still there's so much that is hidden from us. But perhaps also this thing with everything being in the open is quite interesting in these days where there is so much hidden things. You know, we always wonder who is watching us on the internet, and everything, you know, that is going on. I mean, there are so many hidden agendas and hidden things. But you know, it's a great TV concept also, with celebrities also always in the studio, and social media is essential also, that people really are taking part in this, you know, sending photos of the cakes they are baking, and you know, coming with questions and comments and jokes and everything like that. So yeah, it's just been great, you know, and NRK is doing all the world championships, and that's also nice for me, you know, that we're not doing everything, because I like to have a normal job as well.
Yeah.
So but you know, now this year, I suppose, if there is a World Fisher Championship, as they say it might be, in Reykjavik in October perhaps, then we'll do that championship, and then of course we'll do the World Rapid and Blitz at Christmas again. But you know, I think also, although I'm sure some chess people would say that, you know, can't you do more? I mean, can't you do every tournament and so on? I think actually for us it's quite good that, you know, it is something that is a bit special. I mean, we're not doing every tournament for a general audience. That would really be too much. I mean, for chess players it's great, but you know, if you're trying to build up to something that is a bit special, then I think you're, you know, doing it 2-3 times a year, sometimes perhaps only once a year if there's no other world championship. I mean, it's quite good that people are looking forward to it, and when it happens, it's really something special.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, first of all, I agree with you. What a journey, and to see the interest in the Norwegian people, you know, growing for almost every year since Magnus became one of the best players in the world. And as you said, you know, during the World Rapid and Blitz championships, it's almost like it's a tradition now for Norwegians to go to their cabin, have some nice Christmas dinners, and then they're actually following the chess broadcast together with their families. And I guess you didn't expect this 10 years ago.
No, of course, you know, I didn't really have any idea, you know. It was quite short before that NRK got the TV rights to this championship in Chennai, you know, Magnus versus Vichy in 2013. So they asked me shortly before, and I said, okay, that would be great or fun. I mean, I just started working as a lawyer in Oslo, so I asked my boss, you know, is it okay if I do this TV thing a bit, and then I'll do my lawyering also in the evenings and so on. So, you know, it was fine for him. But like you said, I don't think anyone expected it. And, you know, I remember still from 2013, because it really was a breakthrough almost immediately. And newspapers were writing about people who couldn't continue on their journey. You know, they were filling gas at the station, but they weren't able to drive on. So instead, they were just staying there at the gas station and watching at the TV, you know, what would the next move be? And what would Magnus do now to get the win against Vichy Anand? And you know, that was really so amazing, because in Norway, as I think in most countries, you know, the general impression was that you couldn't possibly find anything more boring to send than chess. You know, it really was the absolutely most boring thing you could find. You know, and you know, it's this joke with watching paint dry and so on. But really, you know, it fascinated people, and I think the culture of chess is really important, that we can talk about, you know, the masters of the game, and Kasparov and Lasker and Capablanca and Menchik and Polgar, and all the greats, and we have the history of the openings. We can talk about the Muzio gambit, and in fact Muzio didn't even play it. It was just a mistake by other people thinking he had played it. So he was the luckiest of all chess masters, getting the greatest gambit, and he never even played it. So there are so many histories of chess that I think are so valuable in making sort of an interesting show for a general audience. And of course, most people watching, I don't think they even know the rules. It's not like every Norwegian is now a great chess player, but it's just that they follow the evaluation bar, and they follow the clock, and they follow the conversation, and they think it's a nice show. So it's really something I'm also looking forward to other countries perhaps emulating. I'm a bit surprised when I see that say a Russian was in the World Championship like Nepomniachtchi and also Karyakin. I mean, why aren't the Russians trying to achieve something? And what about the Americans when Caruana is playing, and so on? But you really have to believe in this product. And I think it's still a bit difficult for some people to believe that this is a TV product. And not so long ago, I saw I think it was World Chess, who has some world champions in rights. They wrote that, it's not a TV product. Chess is for the internet. And then I thought, okay, I mean, it was always the conception back in the day that, it's not meant for TV. It's not possible for TV, but really that this should be, perhaps this opinion is a bit outdated. And in fact, it is possible to do it on TV as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe they should have a study trip to Norway and talk to NRK, talk to the Champions Chess Tour, professional setup studio, and also TV2 in Norway are sending several tournaments. And I mean, like going back to you mentioned people stopping at gas stations and so on. I also heard some stories about companies had to turn off the internet at some point or something because all the employees were watching online the broadcast online from their computer instead of actually doing work. So I guess it tells us what a chess boom we really had.
Yeah, and bad bosses. They should of course see it as strategy training, and they should absolutely hope that every employee gets this brain training watching chess. Yeah, but it's yeah. I will. Here we are. Yes, here we are, and it's the result of the day. David won against Nils. It's really a great game by David.
Yeah, and I think they will be here any minute. So we are looking forward to hearing their thoughts on the game. Some really interesting sequences there, as we've already discussed a bit. And for me, it feels like after knight e8, Nils got into some trouble because he wasn't able to coordinate his pieces in the middle game, and David only needed one chance, and he took it.
It's always interesting to hear what the players are saying, because maybe Nils thought he was already in some trouble there, and that he sort of accepted, with this knight move, knight to e8, that okay, I am worse, but I will fight. But in fact, the computer, of course, said that his position was fine, but that might not have been the impression of the players during the game.
Absolutely, and this maneuver David had with the bishop, this seemingly very, very bad piece on c1, with the threat of coming to h4 and pinning the knight, and some interesting motives there as well, and bringing the knight back to g4. So maybe it was something like this Nils was afraid of, but I guess he also could move the queen out of the pin, or the possible pin, instead of moving the knight to e8. And so you will have the chance to ask these questions shortly. And yeah, just to quiz you a bit, Torstein, I assume you know which former world champion had his birthday yesterday.
Yes, I saw it was the great Bobby Fischer, right? He would have been 79 years, and it's also strange because, you know, it seems like such a long time ago that Bobby died now, but he had an unfortunate end. The poor world champion did not have a great end to his life.
Yeah, and I believe he was 64, right, when he died. 64,
Yeah.
symbolic age.
64 years, yes, was a suitable age, and of course it was nice of the Icelandic people to give him a citizenship, and you know, by a special decision of the Icelandic parliament. So you know, it says really something about the status also of Bobby Fischer in Iceland, that they were, you know, giving him this special decision, special citizenship to save him from Japan, and where he was in detention and potentially being jailed in America for taking part in this match in Yugoslavia during the war there. So, but for sure, it's one of the great champions of our game, Bobby Fischer.
Absolutely, and yeah, I'm really hoping there will be a championship in Iceland later this year, 50 years after this historic match. And now we are actually joined by the players, so I will leave you to it, Torstein.
Thank you, Askild.
Hi, Torstein. How are you?
Hi, Nils. Yes, Nils, I'm great, thank you. And I suppose I might even feel a bit better than you now, Nils, or what?
Yeah, well, it happens, yeah.
It does happen, yeah. And you know, we thought we were you know, following the game also with Malcolm, and we thought it was just a very interesting game, you know, and you know, it seemed like suddenly something just turned around completely, and David was so much on top there. But let's go through the game if we could, and then you'll just make comments, and I'm sure I'll insert some questions as we go along.
Sure.
So David, you started with this this queen's pawn setup, and after knight f3, I think we got a little bit of a think from you, Nils, didn't we?
Yeah, I guess a couple of minutes. Yeah, I mean, there are many options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're just considering what's the best way forward, and then finally deciding on the fianchetto.
One of the setups.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect. I think I looked at 5 different moves or something for black.
Yeah. So and then it's sort of a standard setup. I mean, I'm by no means an expert in this kind of play, nor in any other play. But you know, I suppose, you know, taking here at once is also a standard method, although there might be other options, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, you have normally take on the next move if you don't take now. So
yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
With white castles, then there's the option of deep back and transposes into
yeah.
lines.
So far it's quite normal, and is c5 also no? I mean, there are other options there as well, perhaps, or is c5 really the move in this position?
b7 and bishop a6 are both common moves, but c5 is also yeah, it's one of the moves. Yeah, it's supposed to be okay also.
Okay, so there are several moves, and the bishop out is also possible, and then this move. But then you know, you continued quite aggressively here, David, and I suppose it's also one of the moves. But you're playing knight e5 here, and what's your thinking behind that? I mean, what are the plans you are looking at then going forward in the game?
Yeah, partly knight e5 is a bit of a restrictive move. It's not so easy for black to develop the knight on b8 now. Sometimes white can into f4 and just some kind of flicking side once the center's been clarified. I don't know, it's just I mean, I'd looked at similar ideas in the past from white and from the black side, and when I was looking from the black side, I thought something like this is just the most uncomfortable.
Yeah,
way. It's not that easy for black to plan or kind of a way to kick play this knight on e5. So.
Yeah, right. So because we were also discussing, following up with f4, but of course it's very double-edged also. And as it turns out in this game, I mean, we're not seeing f4, but in that sense, I suppose knight e5 is more flexible than I thought it was. Perhaps. I mean, you don't have to follow up with f4 either.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of wait to see what black does. I mean, after the game, Nils was mentioning maybe c4 for black now and then.
Yeah,
once the center's been clarified, then f4.
Then f4, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so c4 was another option here, perhaps.
Yeah, it's hard to say which one is best.
Yeah, because your move here was to take at once, and that's also a standard theory move, Nils.
I actually didn't remember any theory here, and it looks a little bit strange to take on c3 without a3, but. I didn't really know what else to do, and I thought it's a reasonable idea to trade some pieces and.
Yeah, that was exactly our point in the studio as well. We're a bit surprised, at taking it without waiting for a3. So, in a very classical way of thinking, I sort of expected that if black does that without wasting a tempo there, then perhaps white should get a minuscule advantage somehow, but. It might not be a correct point of view.
Yeah, so the next critical point after take, bishop a6, take, and queen a4, and I have to decide where to put my pieces.
Yeah, right. So this is the option of you could protect it with your queen, right? And instead, I suppose you could play the queen.
I can also go to b8, but it looks a bit passive. But
you could play the knight to b8 also, or you could play the perhaps most natural move like you did. You could play the knight to c7.
Yeah. No, in general, the big goal for black should be to try to trade the knight on e5. But the question is how to achieve it.
So what was your evaluation of the position here? Were you thinking that black is still, going for equality here? It's a standard opening, or what was what were you thinking at this point?
No, if I don't manage to solve the problem of the knight on e5, then I'm just worse. And if I do solve it, if I do get to trade it, I'm most probably completely fine.
Yeah, right. Because there's always this issue of the bishop, right? And it could be strong, and it could be not great at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's many classic games kind of in this type of structure, and it's all about. I was just happy I could keep the knight on e5 for a long time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and here I was slightly tempted to take on c5 and go to c4, but I thought, okay, that's the safer option, and really fine in a couple of ways maybe. But
yeah,
I thought f3 was the more ambitious way of just game alive. At least I've got a plan of b2, bishop e1.
Yeah, f3 and we were. I mean, we weren't perhaps of such a high opinion of the knight in the middle being weaker players, but we were thinking that Nils' position was fine, and no doubt we were also influenced by the computer. It's saying that it's an equal position for a long time. But it seemed to us, that Nils was making some progress here, getting the knight to a nice square and perhaps advancing on the queen side there. But you didn't really have any worries about that, David?
No, I mean, I quite like this structure, extra central pawn with white, and once black commits with c4, then white always has these e4 breaks. It takes a long time for black to advance these pawns on the queen side. So.
Yeah, so not this move. That's what we say. That's analysis, right? But
think about in the game for like 10 seconds, and then you.
Yeah. So I will get to the right. I had so much analysis there, unfortunately, but well, perhaps you should just give me the moves there instead, so I don't have to.
I played queen b3 just to stop black.
Yeah, you played queen b3, right?
Yeah.
So just to stop. What did you say? Just to stop.
Knight d7 for black to try and trade off my knight.
Right. So it's prophylactic once again against trading off this. And but then it would seem, that the knight also gets to a nice square. At least
he was getting there anyway. So
hard to stop.
Yeah, and here I wasn't sure between two plans. Firstly, playing on the queen side with like rook f1, a4, But then rook fb1, I was a bit concerned black would play b5, knight c4.
Yeah.
Trade everything off.
Yeah.
So that's why I played bishop e1, just to playing on both sides of the board. And,
yeah, you played bishop e1, right? So and that turned out to be really effective for you. This plan of coming to a g3 or perhaps h4. That was well, I suppose something that really made a difference in the game. And then Nils, you chose to release the tension here with c4. I mean, in hindsight, what's your view of that? With that move, would it be better to leave it like this or what?
Yeah, it's very hard to say. I mean, which other move can I make here is the question then.
But couldn't you possibly play the queen out or something?
h4 is coming and then d5 is hanging, so it's not so easy.
Okay, you have this issue of.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, I didn't want to play c4, but I simply couldn't see any clear options.
Yeah, I was thinking if black could wait somehow, but it's not easy.
Not so easy.
Rook
Yeah.
e8 or something, bishop h4, knight f5, but then just.
Yeah.
So it's a problem with this. It's a problem. It's really a problem with this pawn being a bit weak. That's why you feel that you have to play c4. But were you expecting Nils this play by David now, the dance here with the queen going to b4 and then to b1? I mean, that was very surprising to us.
No, I was expecting queen before. It makes some sense to provoke a5. Also, it stopped knight d7 for the time being. So.
Right, it stops the knight, but you get this move for free, you could say. I mean, the a5 move, but
yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it's also a weakness, but could also be a strength.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I really wasn't sure whether I should be provoking a5 or not, but okay.
Yeah.
I thought at least it's a big decision for Nils to have to take.
Yeah.
And now queen b1, I just wanted to stop any knight f5 ideas.
Yeah, I mean, because the disadvantage is that you have your queen on b1 instead of on c2, but it's perhaps not it's perhaps an advantage even to have the queen there, as it creates some pressure on b6 also.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hard to say. Very hard to say.
Many things that are hard to say in this game.
Yeah.
But I think, according to the computer, I think this is really where it turns in David's favor. I mean, the computer here suggests that you should just move your queen. I think, and then.
That's very calm, just allowing.
Queens is allowing everything. Yeah, but maybe it's
I don't know, because when you go back with
of course it looks a bit sad to go knight f8.
Yeah. So perhaps, but I mean, I'm sure there are things that have to be calculated here, and I don't know.
Bishop h4 is the move that was bothering me, of course.
Was it bishop h4?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's.
And okay, the engineer is saying knight h5, allowing g4.
Okay, knight h5. So the brilliant point, I suppose, is that you can go back, and now you can't take this, because then the knight is trapped in the
I guess
the middle.
Too deep for most humans.
Yeah, it's hard to.
But then you would.
I mean, but what else? Like after bishop h4, it's.
Yeah, I thought you could.
So.
Yeah, because you can't really go back, or what?
Exactly. Because b6 is hanging because of the queen on b1.
Yeah, right.
So
it's really you almost I suppose then perhaps this move it's really but it's like you say, it's incredibly difficult to find this move, but perhaps in fact from a computer point of view, this is the way to go.
Yeah, and if it works, it's probably fine for black, because now I might get f6. So.
Yeah.
Of course, this knight f8 is very sad, but I simply didn't see that knight h5 was possible.
Yeah. So, but then I suppose at this point you were both thinking that white really has some advantage in the position here.
Definitely,
yeah.
At least I'm not sure about advantage, but it's easier to play for white.
Yeah.
And then well, you didn't play e4, did you? You played a4.
Yeah, I was tempted to play e4, but we were both already getting a bit short of time. I wanted to keep the tension. At least now Nils has to calculate e4 on every move.
Yeah.
And then you kick this this knight away, but perhaps without achieving very much.
When I kick it away, the problem is I had to go with my knight to e8. Like if it was now, let's say on normal square, like e7 or c6 or ec, I think I would be just completely fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's very poorly placed, and it can't go here either, right? Because
exactly. So that's why I played this b5 now.
Yeah.
I thought I needed some kind
I thought
of
if black doesn't play d5, then I just have d4, bishop d3, and everything.
So you played b5, and then well, I mean, I suppose you could also follow up with queen b6 instead.
Yeah, maybe it was possible. Rook b8 looked so natural to me.
Yeah, rook b8 looks
very natural, yes. And then you played. Did you play? No, you played bishop g3 or what?
Yeah, bishop g3. Again, it's the same thing. I wanted to play e4, of course, but I didn't want to.
Yeah. Well, you're very patient here, and I mean, I do think, you know, at least after the 98 move, it does look very smooth sailing here for white. I mean, it seems like the position is improving move by move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very difficult to make moves for black.
Yeah. So the queen comes out, and then now, did you play queen rook f7? No.
I think I maybe played queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7, right. So you're putting some pressure on this one, and then the rook was played to e1.
Yeah, but it was a bit stupid because anyway I went to b7 and like I could have gone to b6 immediately, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, although you had this one, at least it was the point that the bishop couldn't return to cover this one. But you played bishop queen b7, yeah.
Yeah, now rook a2.
And rook a2, yeah, protecting the second.
I tried to go for counterplay with rook b3 because I thought I really don't have any other active ideas, but it does seem like it just loses a pawn. So at the position is already very unpleasant, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you
I guess. I mean, because I think, you know, an idea that was suggested, but perhaps not here, is that you could potentially meet e4 with f5.
Yeah, definitely. But first of all, I have to make some moves.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
it's not allowed in chess to just wait. It's like in some other games. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
It's very hard to say what to play.
And also, white doesn't have to commit to e4. I mean, I was just going to build with h3 just to give my some retreat squares, maybe rook e1, rook e8 1.
Yeah.
No, somehow my pieces are all not very well placed.
Yeah. So, but you went for the counter attack here with the rook coming in, and then you didn't take this at once, and I think it was a very nice move, this rook a1 move.
Yeah, just to clear e1.
Playing it safe.
So queen e7 I played, right?
Yeah. Knight b5 should be one, and I win a pawn, but maybe it was better.
Maybe, but okay.
Objectively.
Yeah. No, I simply
and then this pawn was hanging, right?
Yeah. I thought I had h5, and it's not so. It gets a little bit messy, but it simply it doesn't work.
It's because I always have this. I mean, after rook a7, knight has.
Yeah, you have this Zwischenzug, right? The rook here, and it's. I mean, if the queen moves, there's probably checkmate somehow, I suppose, or something.
Just take on d6, yeah. At the very least, it looks very simple.
Bishop takes d6, and if knight takes d6, then there's queen.
And if you take this, then if you take it,
I mean, there's queen g6, knight h6, and so on.
Right.
After queen takes d6, there's knight h6 first.
Yeah. Okay, not necessary. It wins even more material.
Yeah, so it's very, very difficult already, and then you played the knight back, but of course, you know, the knight is also not great there, to say the least.
Yeah, true. Okay, queen takes e3 now. I mean, if I would have gotten one more move, I probably am okay. But, like queen takes e3 because
if you could put the knight back on d6.
Let's say I can put queen e6 or something, but the problem is queen f5 and
right. This queen move is very strong. It's simple and strong, like we commented here. You know, it's not a tactical shot really or anything like that, but it really dominates your position.
I mean, I simply cannot defend d5.
At first, I thought the idea was queen g5, but I mean, I have to keep
No, queen d7. Yeah.
So queen, yeah, queen d7.
D7,
Also
yeah.
queen e6 check, and then knight h3. And
Anything.
Queen here and queen d7 is also or something.
Queen d7 just picks up a piece. I think.
d7 h. I mean, it's just everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so you tried to go back with the queen or what? No, you.
I took on c3.
On c3.
That's okay. That
And then like this, was it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you tried for this trick, right, with the rook c1. But it was not to be today, Nils.
No, no, I should.
No, and just h4, wasn't it? Yeah. And that's really. And then returning with the queen, was it?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter anymore.
And then then. But you were very short on time, David. But you felt that you were in control.
Yeah, I mean,
everything is.
I mean, I can choose ones up after rook b3 by taking c4 and then going back for h5.
Yeah.
Or I can do what I need in the
everything
game.
is hanging. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, you were down to like 20 seconds or something. I mean, you are comfortable with that?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, that's unfortunately it's the problem for my whole career. Unfortunately, that's me. So
Yeah.
Okay.
it was nice to.
You're so used to it; it's not a problem. Okay.
It's nice to move 30 before going down under 1 minute. Normally it's far earlier. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think the rook moved to b3, and then you just advanced your knight even further into the position. And I think Nils was hoping for some final checkmate here, which would be
really hoping for anything.
Yeah.
But then after, I think the final move of the game, right, was just rook to e1, and that's really it.
Yeah, just everything falls. Queen f8, I can take e7, or I can just go rook a8.
Everything is hanging there. 97.
Both of the black knights are lost, I think.
At least.
Okay, well done. And 2 games left, Nils. So what's your plan to turn this around?
I have to win both to win the match. That's
2 games left. Yes, if you win both, you will win the match. So good luck to both of you. Yeah.
I win none. I will lose the match. That's
okay. Yes. Good luck to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yes, well done indeed by both players, and as Nils commented, it happens. It does happen when you're a professional chess player. I mean, you can't just leave your computer, in the middle of the game. If you're not satisfied, it does happen, and I think David played a really nice game also.
Yeah, definitely have to give him credit, and even though it looked like Nils got out of the opening with a decent position, I just loved how David took his chance when he got it, and from then on out he seemed to find all the right moves at the right time, and executed a great winning attack in the end. So so credit to him. And what a day of chess here here in London, and we have 2 more games to go. So we will be back at the same time tomorrow, 3 o'clock in the afternoon CET. And thank you so much, Torstein, for joining today, and it's been a pleasure. And please do donate if you have the chance to the Norwegian Refugee Council. There is a QR code and a link to the website where you can download. So it's going to a great cause, as Torstein mentioned earlier on the broadcast. So it would be much appreciated. So anything helps.
Thank you, Askild, and as you say, thank you to all donors. And it's really life-saving. It is the most important thing we can do now, I think, for most of us, is to donate. So if we have the possibility and we have some funds to do it, so thanks to all for joining also the show. And I agree with you, Askild. It was a very nice game, and I'll look forward to following your broadcast from the last 2 games.
Great. And I'll see you in Oslo then on the 26th, Torstein. Looking forward to that.
Yes, thank you. And as I said, please, all Norwegians and other people also who'd like a a visit to Oslo, please do come to the main prize-winning new library, where we will have a great day of chess and also other events, films and Lego building and whatnot, you know, to support people in Ukraine in this terrible crisis.
Absolutely. So thank you all for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow with another game in this match. Then Nils will have the chance to go for the win with the white pieces. So take care and see you tomorrow.
Bye bye.